Good afternoon. Welcome to RSBN live from the University of Alabama. It's commencement 2025. This is where legends are made, and the hard work of these great students will be celebrated today by none other than the former coach of their football team, Nick Saban, but also by President Donald Trump. And I have to say myself, my commencement was way back when, May 15th of 2011. It was around this time as well, getting into the 5 o'clock hour. But I have to tell you, I actually fell asleep during my graduation because the speaker was so boring. Not tonight. As you see there, the president's flag, also the United States flag, ready to go. And the president talking about on the display signs, the American dream is back. We had the opportunity to talk to some of these great soon-to-be graduates and their family members. Many MAGA hats, many American flags out in line to get into this beautiful Coliseum this evening. We'll toss it there now so you can catch up on all that footage from outside the stadium. Welcome to University of Alabama 2025, the commencement of all commencements. Congratulations to the class of 2025, University of Alabama Crimson Tide. We're joined by this lovely lady. What did you study while you were in school?
So I got my Master's of Public Administration here at the University of Alabama, and I think it's just such an honor to have the president here and to be graduating in a year where he's really taking a lead and ensuring that we as students, as graduates, have the best possible future.
It's an exciting thing, and Coach Saban will also be here to give some words of advice. What are you most expecting to hear from these two crucial leaders, not only on the football field, but in world geopolitical events?
Well, I think it just says a lot about the University of Alabama. You know, we have these great leaders that want to come here, that want to speak here, and I think it's just such an honor that we have that here, and we're facilitating that next class of leaders through this graduation and through Trump being here. And
what are you going to do now that you are almost a graduate of this fine institution?
So I'm actually looking to go to law school, but for now I'm going to be moving to New York City and pursuing a paralegal role.
Fantastic. And there's a great law school just across the street here. So that's an exciting time for these students in this time in America with President Trump leading roughly 100 days. And what are your thoughts on these first 100 or so days of President Trump returning to Washington, D.C.?
Hi, my name is Lacey Ristelli. I'm a current poli-sci and philosophy major here at the University of Alabama, and I'm intending to get my JD within the next 4 years. I think that President Trump has done what he said he was going to do. I think that to the people that were paying attention, we're aware of what's going on and we're informed, but I believe that it's indicative of the hard work that the students put in here that he was invited.
You know, the funny thing is that a lot of the mainstream media or the far left in this country say that young people do not support this president somehow or the policies of the MAGA agenda. What have you found during your time here at the University of Alabama?
I found that a lot more goes on behind the scenes than you would think, and that you have to open up your walls and trust people that you wouldn't normally trust because at the end of the day, you know, good people recognize good hard work.
And that's what it's about, hardworking Americans making a massive difference in this country. Congratulations. Look forward to hearing more about your career. And this gentleman here looks like he has done very well while at school. You have the Crimson Tide tie, it looks like, there with the elephants. And I always thought that was funny that there's a great elephant mascot here. Maybe there's more Republicans on campus than not. Can you tell us a story as to why that is?
I mean, of course, it's the South, obviously, you know, born and bred. I feel like that's where we come from, the Republicans come from. Wore this tie actually at the inauguration for Trump as well, so wearing it again, see him again. Excited to see Coach. It's going to be awesome.
So were you at the inauguration in D.C.?
Yes.
Fantastic. That was a much colder day than today's beautiful day here on May 1st at the University of Alabama. What does it mean for you, sir, to be making this milestone today? Because this is quite a build-up, a pinnacle in life, not only with a legacy, as you mentioned, the South, but now going into the world. Are you excited under this Trump economy to make your dreams come true?
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, under Trump, the opportunity is everywhere. I'm so excited to be moving towards, you know, next steps, and this is going to be an amazing path to my future.
And tell us some more about that. What are your plans?
So right now I'm pursuing finance. I'm still seeking employment, but my goal is to be a financial planner. So I'm studying to get my CFP, and then that's really where I'm going.
There's so much hope in the next generation because these are hardworking students enjoying this day, a beautiful sunny day now. It was a little bit overcast earlier here live at the University of Alabama. Congratulations. Can we get any last University of Alabama chants, some excitement? Because you guys just did what is not the easiest thing to do, become graduates of this great institution. So let's hear some excitement today. Who's excited to see President Trump?
Yeah.
What's it mean, sir, to be a part of the Crimson Tide family?
Means a lot. Growing up a diehard Alabama fan, so it's roll tide till I die, and now I graduate, so it's I get to solidify it even further.
It's fantastic. And what did you study while you were here, and what was it like being on campus? Because we know the indoctrination that can sometimes take place with far left thought, or the you can't say that, or you need a safe space. We've seen that in American culture, say in the last several decades. But clearly this campus has a lot of free thinkers and people that are working hard towards their goals and dreams. So what are the next steps for you, and what are you most excited about in the next 100+ days of President Trump being in office?
Excited for a lot. Number one, just keep going after the crooks and stuff that deserve the law and punishment that they've been cooking up for a while and stuff. And say just win over these tariffs. And number one rule that I'm looking for is getting rid of that income tax.
And what would that mean for you as you go into the workforce?
Ooh, getting rid of that income tax would do me wonders. A lot of money being saved in the pocket, and a lot of money to go elsewhere and stuff, like towards investments, towards a house, car, even starting a family or something like that. So it's got to say big thanks to Trump for that.
Is this a big conversation that happens with your peers as well as you look to those next?
A lot of conversations I have, like politically and stuff, with friends that I have going on the next step of life. I feel like it's a common thing that you want to bring up and stuff. It's healthy to normally debate and stuff with people that are, well, like looking at the other side or something like that, as long as you can keep it a debate and stuff. But it's definitely something I bring up a lot.
Dialogue, thought, debate, all things that are good steps and things you learned here at the university that will clearly go into your career. And thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Congratulations once again. Soak it in. It's a special moment.
Yeah, 100%. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we are live here at the University of Alabama celebrating Commencement 2025. President Trump will be in the Coleman Coliseum along with Coach Nick Saban to celebrate this great class that has worked so hard to achieve those goals, who came into school during the auto pen administration of Joe Biden, who almost shut down their future. But instead, they did not let anything hold them back. They took to it. They took to their studies, because we know in the Southeastern Conference, it just means more. And this group of people clearly wanting to dialogue about all of the important issues, whether it's tax on tips, of course, tariffs, of course, the future of this great country, and especially under the Trump economy, as you can see, as we're talking to so many of them today. And we have a MAGA hat in the house. How are you?
Absolutely. Doing great today. Thank you. So happy to be here for the president.
And what are you most excited about his comments today? Something you're looking for specifically?
I'm excited to hear him talk to the students that are going out into the world and hopefully make a great difference in this country and help us be united. Very honored for him to be here today. So proud of his first 100 days.
What does President Trump mean to Alabama residents and the future of this great country?
We sure get so excited whenever he comes out here. I think he has a special place in his heart for University of Alabama because he keeps coming back. Very happy for him to be here, and I think that we're all pretty happy to have him back in the White House. It feels good. We're back, baby. We're back.
Well, he was so excited at the 100-day rally in Warren, Michigan just the other day.
Yes.
He actually mentioned, I'm going to Alabama in a couple of days, so he was thrilled about that. What's been the largest difference that you've seen between him and auto pen Joe Biden?
Well, he's alive. He's alive and well, this president, and it seems like he never sleeps. He is working all the time for us. It seems like until 2 o'clock in the morning he's still doing press conferences, and it's good to see that he is on top of things, and everyone in his cabinet, he is responsible, and he made promises to us during the election, and he is keeping them, and that is so rare to see politicians actually keep their promises. So we're very proud of him down here in Alabama. I'm a convert from California. I spent my whole life there, and I moved to Alabama because it's a very patriotic place, and I have students here, so it's wonderful.
So was that more of a recent move that you're relocating to Alabama?
Yes, 10 months ago I came to Alabama. Yeah, so I'm glad to be here. Very happy to be a resident of Alabama. It's a wonderful place, and we know why he keeps coming back here. It's a great state, great people.
The most fantastic people. That is so true. And who are you celebrating today? Just everybody?
Yes, we don't have a graduate right now. I have a freshman that's here, and I have my oldest daughter graduated last year. So, yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you so much for being out here to support.
We love being out here. You're celebrating the community, and we're celebrating you and displaying the great pink MAGA hat. Of course, there's all different themes, all different colors of MAGA hats as we celebrate University of Alabama graduates. We got an American flag graduate hat here, sir. What makes you so proud to be an American?
Serving in the Corps, serving my country. Right after 9/11, I joined up, and just being a part of America is a blessing that people don't realize. Even deploying out to Iraq, you realize that coming home, probably one of the most important things you could have is freedom.
Amen. I love that. And what was your rank, and how long were you in the military?
E5, 5 years in the Marine Corps.
Wow. God bless you. That's amazing work, and we just, our hats off to you. Enjoy today. Congratulations. Absolutely. Just amazing to see as everyone comes into the beautiful Coleman Coliseum for graduation 2025 here at the University of Alabama. President Trump will be in the house to give the commencement address, one of two this year, as he will be in the house for not only Alabama, but West Point as well. So exciting to see the president, how much he cares about the future of this country, and how excited he was for this speech, mentioning it at Warren, Michigan, when we were there just the other day. And as you see people filing in, it's quite... commencement address, one of two this year, as he will be in the House for not only Alabama, but West Point as well. So exciting to see the president, how much he cares about the future of this country and how excited he was for this speech, mentioning it at Warren, Michigan, when we were there just the other day. And as you see people filing in, it's quite a lineup here. If we can pan out and just see, this line goes on for blocks and blocks here. President Trump excited to be here to say hello to the graduates. Congratulations. Ladies, what are you most excited to see with President Trump today in the House? I see you got the great Trump shirt on there. Looks like it's his dancing in slow motion. There's twins here, absolutely.
Yes, we're very excited to see Trump.
Yes, so excited. Honestly, I think that's just the whole point.
Cherry on top of the best 4 years ever.
Absolutely. And what was it like to be in school during auto pen Joe Biden and then to have this great patriot Donald Trump back in the White House?
You answer it.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Literally speechless.
I'm speechless.
What was it like having auto pen Joe Biden during the majority of your college tenure, but now you have a great president back in the Oval Office?
That's the true cherry on top.
Literally speechless. They're excited today. They're graduates of a fine institution, the University of Alabama. Excited to be here with Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're just tuning in, I'm Robert McNeely, and that's what we're getting used to here at Right Side Broadcasting once again, being part of the crowd, getting their input on countless different items affecting not only the college campus, but geopolitical institutions, our country, the future of it, and the world in turn. We do know that the United States did sign that minerals deal with Ukraine just after President Trump meeting with leader Zelensky at the Vatican before Pope Francis's funeral. So promises made, promises kept. There's no question about that. Who's excited to see President Trump today? And who's more excited to graduate today? Oh, not so much. There's and Coach Saban, of course. It seems as if. Are you excited to graduate, sir?
I'm pumped.
I love it.
Let's have a day. Let's have a day.
All right. It's an exciting time for these students. Once in a while, all the work that you put into this, and a lot of times this is a great legacy school for them. So you want to be here, as you mentioned from the wonderful student just earlier, legacy, 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 not only in the South, but the SEC. Of course, it means more. We're passionate about the SEC right here at Right Side Broadcasting because Auburn, Alabama is our home. We love this state. We love this community. And as you heard from the lovely lady in the pink MAGA hat just earlier, she doesn't even have students graduating today, but she's here to support the Alabama community, and that's what it's about. It's about communing together, breaking bread, being there for one another, and that is America under President Donald Trump's leadership. So a monumental occasion. We will be joining you again on the inside, on the outside, getting some more interviews and taking you all live to the action. Inside of the Coleman Coliseum, I'm Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Live today, the 2025 commencement at the University of Alabama. And President Trump is aboard Air Force One at Joint Base Andrews as we are in the Coleman Coliseum awaiting him here live at the University of Alabama. If you are just tuning in, I'm Robert McNeely. It's a joy to be with you here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And we are thankful and grateful for our sponsors here at the network. The Free Trump Book, the mainstream media has really never been fair to President Trump. And at the end of the day, the new media voices are growing stronger and stronger to relate to you, the American people, so you can make up your minds. And that's impacting what kids are learning about him and also what they may not be learning about him in their respective public and private institutions. But President Trump has an unwavering commitment to the United States and the future of this country. Just look, he's here with the future graduates of University of Alabama. That's why Ambassador Mike Huckabee's team has put together a nice gift bundle for you and your young patriots at home. The Kid's Guide to the Courage of President Trump and the Kid's Guide to President Trump, among many other questions about women's suffrage to civil rights, the greatness of this American experiment, our constitutional republic. These are excellent for kids to learn about. They make it fun for everyone to learn, in fact, about President Trump and why he came down the golden escalator with First Lady Melania Trump back nearly a decade ago now. You just need to pay for pay and shipping. So this is a great deal because it's free at the end of the day. So you can even get a commemorative free Trump Christmas ornament just by applying and ordering today. This ornament honors his incredible bravery going back to Butler, Pennsylvania on July 13th. You could get it all here free for a very limited time. Just visit freetrumpbook.com to claim your gift today. We also like to thank Colonial Metals Group. We are facing a scary situation with the Chinese Communist Party. And you have to ask why they're dumping U.S. bonds, grabbing prime American farmland, and rolling out its new digital currency. The communists are all about doom, and I hate that doom talk and that scariness, but it's a reality of the world we live in. The Chinese Communist Party is seriously plotting an economic Pearl Harbor against the United States, and you must protect you and your family and make sure that you don't devastate your IRA, 401k, and all of your hard-earned savings, properties, and assets, whatever it may be. Gold and silver is the direction to go. 100% tax-free, Colonial Metals Group is an outstanding organization to choose from, with Paul Stone, the generous CEO, who is on the network often to discuss how important it is now to have gold and silver. The one inflation-proof asset that has survived all circumstances, all governments, all kinds of currency, especially printed money and the inflation that has affected the United States. Colonial Metals Group can be contacted at 866-317-2159, or you can visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll receive a free 2025 gold guide. Patriots like Judge Jeanine Pirro have endorsed, the best in the business, protecting you, the American citizen. How to bulletproof your wealth and gold. You can even win a $7,500 worth in free silver. So freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Thank you for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live as we are awaiting President Trump. We are in the Coleman Coliseum on the campus of the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. A beautiful day, nice sunshine, a slight breeze, as you might have noticed outside when I was doing those interviews, but the sun is shining. God has blessed everyone on this beautiful day where these proud graduates will be celebrating with none other than President Donald Trump. Also, their former coach, Nick Saban, will be presenting right up there. The American dream is back, and this president cares so much about the future of this nation. I have had a privilege of not only covering President Trump in countless speeches, like these rally days in America, but now these commencement speeches and the campaign speeches. And back when I was with Turning Point USA, he made it a priority to go to conferences to speak to high school and college students. And he would state, some of you may be standing right here one day. Great men and women who want to serve this country. My successors may be in this audience. And the way that the room would glow and light up, their eyes wide open, thinking about their futures, thinking about the American dream, thinking about the communities they come from, and where God has placed them to make a difference in such a time as this. This is where legends are made. The University of Alabama, it's a proud tradition, and President Trump excited to join in this, as we know from Warren, Michigan, the 100-day mark just 2 days ago. That rally, how excited he was to come to Alabama, as he mentioned, I'm going to Alabama. And of course he was very excited to be at Macomb Community College in beautiful Warren, Michigan. This president continues to work day and night, hours and hours, in order to make America great again. And one of the highlights of his education policy is removing the divisive DEI initiatives from college, high school, middle school, and even elementary school. Think about this during the Otto Penn administration. You had people going to debate their school boards because there was porn in kids' libraries. It's just wrong. President Trump, now taking off from Joint Base Andrews, will go there live now. Wheels up, it's almost the weekend, but not before we celebrate the graduates of the Crimson Tide University of Alabama. President Trump doing one of two commencements, first starting here in Tuscaloosa. He will also be celebrating at our Army Academy, West Point in New York, in the coming weeks to celebrate with cadets who have just graduated. And that is a tradition where presidents rotate every year each service academy, so they will go to one, and many have military speakers who will address them, but it could be a various amount of speakers to address a public institution such as the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, and how honored these great students are to have President Trump coming to speak to them, the 47th Commander-in-Chief. I can't think of a president in my lifetime, dating back to Ronald Reagan, who would as often speak as this president does about the future, about the decision-making policies he's putting forward, not only for his children, but for his grandchildren and those generations to come. We saw on the 100-day commemoration, that ceremony in Warren, Michigan, how committed this president is to the future of this great nation. And it starts with securing the American border, as he has done. It is 99.99% sealed. It's thanks to the Marines. It's thanks to the Army Corps of Engineers. Border Czar Tom Homan, also DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, who would go on the raids with great Border Patrol, local, state, and federal authorities, including FBI Director Kash Patel, Attorney General Pam Bondi, all going on raids throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia, the Empire State of New York, into West Virginia, throughout this entire country, stopping people who are charged with, and many have been convicted of, horrible, terrible crimes, whether it's rape or murder. The displacement and the tearing apart permanently of families. You think about Rachel Morin, the beautiful, quite frankly, the adorable mom, 37 years old, my age, 5 children at home, going for a job. She was supposed to go shopping with them after the fact. That will never happen again. They'll be reunited in eternity. Laken Riley on the University of Georgia campus, facing the same fate, going for a jog in a popular area just off of the campus. And that spot forever changed, scarring countless new students and current students in Athens, Georgia. That should not happen. Preventable crime should not happen in this country. And these great students are recognizing that today. They came into school during the AutoPen administration of Joe Biden, someone who was dismantling their future, not only laying $36 trillion of debt into their coffers to take care of as they're trying to enter the workforce, but also very confusing about student loans, about do we have to pay back, do we have to do repayment, do we not have to? So many questions and confusion about that, especially as it turns to loans and defaulting and debt. Stuff that they took on. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, who's on Air Force One with President Trump right now, very clear cut speaking about that. These will be re-implemented. If you took a loan out, you have to pay back. It's not magic pixie dust. And I can tell you, these students that we spoke to today, they're aware of that. They know this, and they want to take responsibility for their actions. It gives me so much excitement to get to talk to these smart people who are celebrating a day that should be honored for them forever. They will always remember May 1st, 2025, when they walk up to that stage, receive that diploma for the incredible work that they put into this university. Life friendships, skill sets that they did not have just 4 years ago, or more, depending on what degree that they are walking down the aisle for today. A school filled with so much pride. I know somewhat of it and can relate to a certain extent because we are home here in Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, in fact, War Eagle. I won't say it too loud here because, of course, it is the Crimson Tide today. But in the SEC, it matters more. And I actually have a cousin who graduated from this very wonderful university, and it really shaped her outlook on the world. And there's friendships that she'll have going on forever for those other monumental occasions that you have in your lifetime. So this is something that they will never forget, with perhaps the premier speaker on the circuit, President Donald Trump, and of course their former football coach, Nick Saban, who is really a legend here. As you know, at Bryant-Denny Stadium, it's Saban Field that got renamed for a legendary coach who has put his mark not only on sports but on the culture, saying that he always looked to raise good people, good men, going beyond the sport of football. And one of his last games, I can remember him simply looking down at his players who at the time, that spirit of the game, this is a couple of seasons ago before the 12-game playoff, you can remember that 2019 or 20-19 game against Texas at Texas in Austin. And some of the Alabama players did the cut the horns off, if you know that sign. Texas A&M usually does that to Texas. But Saban saw that and he said, knock it off right now. And the students listened immediately. That's the kind of respect he commanded. So I'm excited to see what his remarks will be from that podium today. As you can see, the American flag, the presidential flag, and also that seal of the President of the United States will be on that great podium for all to see, with family members and friends gathering together to celebrate what is sure to be an incredible, memorable day, May 1st, 2025. And in news today, President Trump has secured an agreement to establish the United States-Ukraine Reconstruction Investment Fund. This is from the White House, a first-of-its-kind historic partnership under the leadership of President Trump. The U.S. and Ukraine have entered into an historic agreement on April 30th, launching a first-of-its-kind partnership for the reconstruction and long-term economic success of Ukraine. From start to finish, this agreement is a fully collaborative partnership between nations that both the United States and Ukraine will benefit from. This partnership represents the United States taking an economic stake in securing a free and peaceful and sovereign future for Ukraine. This agreement will also strengthen the strategic partnership between the United States and Ukraine for a long time. This long-term reconstruction and modernization response to a large-scale destruction caused by the Russian full-scale invasion, something that should have never happened. And President Trump has been very vocal on this. So you might hear from far-left institutions or from crooked Hillary Clinton, who helped implement Crossfire Hurricane, that it's Russia, 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 and the hoax, 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 and claiming that somehow President Trump was a puppet of Putin. Nothing could be further from the truth. President Trump was very clear that he was upset with Zelensky, upset with Putin as well, and that Ukraine was sovereign. But Putin should not have invaded, period, and would not have if President Trump was still in office at the time of the invasion under Autopen Joe Biden. The Treasury Department and the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, otherwise known as DFC, will work together with the government of Ukraine to finalize governance and advance this important partnership. The United States DFC will work together with Ukraine's state organization agency on supporting public-private partnerships, both to advocate for the full faith and credit of their respective nations. So you see this all happening, along with mineral strengthening. We will receive minerals deals as a result of this, which is just fantastic for the United States and for our sovereignty. Long-term returns will happen for both the United States and Ukraine as a result of President Trump's negotiations. He envisioned this partnership between the American people and the Ukrainian people to show both sides' commitment to lasting peace and prosperity in the Ukraine. This partnership between the United States and Ukraine establishes a fund that will receive 50% of royalties, license fees, and other similar payments from natural resource projects in Ukraine. That money will be invested in new projects in Ukraine and will generate economic growth and income and job creation for the Ukrainian people and these strategic development priorities. Indirect benefits will include a stronger private sector and more robust, lasting infrastructure for Ukraine's long-term success. So this partnership will be controlled by a company with equal share power and representation of 3 Ukrainian and 3 American board members who will work together through a collaborative process to make decisions for the allocation of fund resources and more investments and distributions to follow that deal. The partnership will also bring the highest level of transparency and accountability to ensure that the people of the Ukraine and United States are able to enjoy the benefit of Ukraine's reconstruction. The natural resource projects will include minerals, hydrocarbons, and related infrastructure development. This is a huge thing for the United States to wane our dependence away from the evil Communist Party of China. If the United States decides to acquire these resources for ourselves, we will be given first choice to either acquire them or designate the purchaser of our choice. Economic security is national security. This is probably the most important thing President Trump has succeeded in doing, other than the tariffs and other than shutting down the United States border with Mexico. And, of course, everything he announced in Michigan with Governor Gretchen Whitmer to produce maritime war machines, more ships, more airplanes to protect our northern border with Canada. This is crucial for the future of the United States. Importantly, this partnership sends a strong message to Russia. The United States has skin in the game and is committed to Ukraine's long-term success. No state, company, or person who financed or supplied the Russian war machine will be allowed to benefit from the reconstruction of Ukraine, including participation in the project supported by fund resources. This is thank you to Sunny Joy Nelson, the Special Assistant to the President and Director of Media Affairs, for sharing all of that detailed information about where the White House stands on this crucial issue. We also have breaking news today regarding Michael Waltz. President Trump posting on Truth Social as well that he has been nominated to be the next United States ambassador to the United Nations. From his time in uniform, on the battlefield, in Congress, and as National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests in the forefront. In this new role, Secretary of State will do the same as the interim National Security Advisor while continuing his strong leadership at the State Department. Together, we will continue to fight tirelessly to make America and the world safe again. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Trump sharing that on Truth Social today. So big developments in the world as we are excited to be here for a big celebration with the University of Alabama Crimson Tide students. They're currently students, but they're about to walk down that podium, receive their diploma, celebrate with former football coach Nick Saban, a legend in his own right, and of course the legend of all legends, President Donald Trump. And why do I mention legend? Because this is where legends are made. You can see that on the top there under this beautiful podium where the men and women's basketball teams compete here at the Coleman Coliseum. It is a beautiful day, May 1st, 2025, a date that these students will never forget, where they have worked so hard during the majority of their college tenures in the Otto Penn Biden administration, but now the greatest commander-in-chief in modern American history, Donald Trump, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, taking time out of his busy schedule, joined by Susie Wiles, also Caroline Levitt on Air Force One en route here to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, to celebrate the achievements of these great students. These 4 years or more, pending what you are studying and the types of degrees you are acquiring, puts blood, sweat, and tears, so much tireless effort, financial sacrifice, as well to promote and build on your American dream and your future. This president understands that. That's why he's removed divisive DEI issues and transgender wokeness from public institutions. And if states don't want to abide, you look what happened in Maine. They will not receive federal funding if they want to continue to push a radical agenda in their schools. There is a lawsuit from the DOJ towards the Empire State of New York, towards the Prairie State of Illinois. If you flat out stand in the way of this government and its directives, you won't receive federal funding. Or if you're a judge in Wisconsin and you're harboring an illegal alien and breaking the law, you're not above the law. You will be arrested. It's a different day in Washington, D.C. And if you missed our coverage at all of the cabinet meeting just yesterday, you see that on a daily basis. President Trump with the open dialogue, in a sense, a team of rivals. Remember back in 2016, Secretary of State Marco Rubio ran against President Trump after he came down the golden escalator, and they battled it out in virtuous ways, but now have come together to save this country. It's a room full of Republicans, Democrats, independents, and those who have left their parties because their parties have left them, because they want to make America strong again, make America safe again, make America wealthy again, of course, make America healthy again, as we've seen Secretary Kennedy and Secretary Rollins in Texas recently speaking to beef production and the fact that Europe will not take our exports. That's changing. We want to make sure our ranchers and farmers have healthy cattle, that they don't have to use pesticides on their grounds, that they can sell their delicious American beef and poultry across the world. It's common sense at the end of the day. And we here on the right side of history want to share all of those successes so you could see that, you, the American people, as President Trump had a press gaggle for, an hour yesterday talking to those people, the media, during the cabinet meeting just yesterday. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Imagine needing a medication and being told you cannot have it. Not because it's out of stock, but because someone decided you should not have access. Well, it's already happened, and it can happen to you. Where others may find it complicated, All Family Pharmacy makes it simple. Just the meds you want when you need them without jumping through hoops. They've got ivermectin, the methylene blue, among other great medications that come across the desk at the pharmacy, who won't touch your doctor, who don't need that approval. They won't even mention it, but they know you need that immediately. They've also got antibiotics, 200 essential medications to keep your home stocked and your medicine cabinet ready to go. Because being prepared isn't an option anymore. Whether it's your finances, but especially with your health more than anything else, it's about your everyday life. Like the meds on a Sunday. Say your kid spikes a fever in the middle of the night, or your wife needs the blood pressure medication, and God forbid the pharmacy is closed. Do not worry. All Family Pharmacy takes care of it. You order online, their doctors handle the prescription, and your meds get shipped right to your door, even overnight. No insurance, no hassle, just peace of mind for you and your loved ones. So keep that medicine cabinet filled before you've left without options. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use code RSBN10. That's RSBN10 for 10% off. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN and use that code RSBN10 to get 10% off your order. And speaking of our great sponsor, All Family Pharmacy, we'll toss now to an interview we recently had with All Family Pharmacy.
Of All Family Pharmacy, Michael Kunzler. Sir, thank you so much for joining us on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Thank you for having me.
Can you tell us a little bit about how All Family Pharmacy got started and what inspired the mission behind it?
Yeah, so we started roughly around the end of 2020, 2021 during COVID. We originally hooked up with the America's Frontline Doctors, which were the physicians on TV that mainstream media clearly was bashing for looking for alternative medications for, obviously for COVID. That's originally how we got started. We dove deep into, the independent mind or thinking for independent health. we found out that a lot of people around the world, or in our country specifically, are going to physicians and they're just not prescribing medications that they need. Antibiotics being one of the number ones, obviously ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, but even just a simple antibiotic, a physician just refuses to prescribe just with these new protocols that are put into place. So that's kind of how we designed our platform, how we designed our pharmacy, putting together all the pieces for that.
I remember one time my wife and I, we had COVID during Christmas. It was awful. But then I was trying to figure out how can I get some ivermectin or something, and it really works. I know people that have used it. It works well. Obviously, people have to consult their doctors and stuff, but do you guys, how does it work with you guys? Do they go to your website? Is there a medical form people fill out? You send out the prescriptions from there? Like, what's the 1, 2, 3 on getting the medications?
Yeah, so it's actually pretty simple. We tried to make it as easy as possible. So we work with physicians that are licensed in every state. You go on our website, choose the medications you're looking for. There's a medical form you have to fill out. You place your order. Once that form is filled out, the order's placed, we submit it, and it goes over to a licensed physician for a review. That doctor would then contact you as needed. Once we receive a signed prescription, we ship out the medications. We use FedEx 2-day shipping, so it's very fast and efficient. If the physician has any, I would say, denial on a medication for a medical necessity, the doctor will contact them, go over some items that they would probably suggest over that specific medication based on a medical issue. But those are very rare, but they happen, and we just want to make sure the medication's safe and effective, and so do our physicians.
Isn't it awesome that you're playing a role where you're helping people get the medications that they need? It's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, correct?
Yes, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, and then use RSBN 10, and that's for that 10% off coupon.
Okay, awesome. Some people, they worry about getting fake or unsafe medicine online, right? So how can customers be sure the medications that they're getting from your company, All Family Pharmacy, are real and safe?
Great question. So we are a fully licensed U.S. pharmacy. We are governed by the Board of Pharmacy and the Department of Health here in the Sunshine State of Florida. So all of our medications, they do come directly from FDA-registered manufacturers as well as trusted wholesalers. Just like any brick and mortar or corporate pharmacy, traditionally that would be in your neighborhood. Any product that we dispense does meet strict quality and safety standards. We go the extra mile to get everything third-party tested, as well as so do our wholesalers as that we work with. The manufacturers submit it to the wholesalers. They get a third-party tested. We get the third-party results. We post it on our website under the Certificate of Analysis, or C of A, and that will be able to give you all the information you look for. And if you have anything else, you can contact us.
Awesome. So making America healthy again, where do you guys kind of stand in that whole flow there?
The MAHA movement, we're big believers in it. It just restores personal responsibility, transparency, and trust in the healthcare system. We're all about medical freedom. We give patients or customers the ability to choose the medications they believe they need, as long as it's safe and effective. Like I said, it's hard to just get an antibiotic, let alone ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, any of these medications. It is traditionally harder nowadays than it was back in 2019. So we do offer early access to that treatment. We give them antibiotics. We suggest them to be proactive instead of reactive. We want you to have the medication on hand when you need it. That's the problem nowadays with people is, physicians, you got to wait 3-4 days to just to see the doctor, let alone then go to the pharmacy, pick up the medications. And the problem with the pharmacies now, is the vaccines and testing. So you walk into a pharmacy, there's people in there getting COVID and flu testing. Why? Because they're sick. Why are we putting our elderly population at risk? Just because somebody else wants to get tested for the flu or the COVID variant, whatever it may be, as well as the vaccinations and all that. You're putting them all at risk in the same vicinity. We believe that we should be able to get this medication to you through the mail as fast and efficient as possible.
That's pretty awesome. So they fill out a medical form after going to allfamilypharmacy.com. You can go to /RSBN as well with RSBN for the 10% off there. So what's the importance, though, of that medical independence? Is that what you're talking about there, where you're just able to get the medication directly to you, right?
Yes. So medical freedom, we're not a corporation. We're a family-owned pharmacy. We believe the control should be in the patient's hands. We shouldn't allow these corporations to choose what medications people need. People should be able to have that decision as well. Again, it does go through our licensed physicians, so we do also make sure that it is safe and effective. I always say those two terms because that is what makes all family pharmacy. We make sure that these medications are safe and effective for our patients, and we also help them make informed decisions as well.
This is something that, I mean, personally, I believe in as well. I mean, to be able to get ivermectin, I want to be able to get that accessible through something like you guys, because, again, you go to some doctors and they just won't even prescribe it for you. I mean, can you believe we're at that point where if someone is saying that's what it was really helping and it's worked for my friend or worked for that person, and as long as there's no, medical issues with taking something like that, it really works. I mean, can you believe we're at that situation where we can't just get that medication, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and others?
Unfortunately, we are. We're at a point where, the medication is politicized. And it's unfortunate because there are people out there that could really utilize medications like these, and they blocked access to them. It's a sad thing to watch. We're always going to be here. We're in the great Sunshine State in Florida. We're all about freedom. We're all about independent decision making, and that's where we stand.
Could you talk to us finally about any other products or services, or I guess you have more than 200 medications available to choose from. Can you, other than hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, can you tell us about some others that you have available?
Sure, absolutely. We can go all day about these. I love the maintenance meds that we carry. So a lot of people, they already know what medication they're on, whether it's a thyroid, blood pressure, cholesterol med. They already know their dose. They already know their regimen. We provide them 1, 3, 6, 9-month, and 12-month supplies at very, very cheap cost. I think most of our medications for the maintenance drugs is like $25 for a 3-month supply, which you can't beat anywhere. And it's just kind of getting that medication in your cabinet. God forbid anything were to happen. It's more of a peace of mind, if anything. And we can go on all these other drugs that we have. We got the methylene blue now. We've been doing that for probably about a month, as you can see with RFK Jr. I take it myself. I personally love it. It truly is a new medication that is groundbreaking. I've got a lot of personal friends who take it now, family members as well, and it's going to be big soon. People are really starting to listen to RFK Jr. We do also have the emergency kits. There's a lot of companies out there that have emergency kits. We sell them as well because some people do enjoy just purchasing a kit as is. But here at All Family Pharmacy, we do love customization. We allow you to purchase what you need when you need it. We don't want to force you to purchase medications that you may or may not ever use. That's a waste of money. So we allow you to purchase what you need when you need it.
Awesome. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Get that discount. A lot of great selections there for medications. The owner of All Family Pharmacy, Michael Kunzler, thank you again for joining us. Would you like to share one more word about just making America healthy again and the MAGA movement overall?
Yeah, spread the word. We're an independent thinking pharmacy. We've got the same values. We work with physicians who are like-minded. Patients truly enjoy working with a physician who is like-minded. And that, we think, is the most important thing nowadays. Unfortunately, we're at that point. But we're here for you. We'll always be here for you. There's nobody stopping what we're doing. We're going to make America healthy again.
Awesome. Michael, thank you so much for joining us on RSBN Live. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to announce the next generation of energy drinks, Rev 7. It has no sugar and no caffeine. Instead, Rev 7 uses Go BHB. Go BHB is one of the body's primary ketones, and it provides the most efficient and clean fuel that your body needs. It also helps you stay energized all day with no crashes. Not only that, it produces 3 times more brain energy than sugar, which helps boost your memory, focus, and mental sharpness. It also helps reduce stress and helps balance your mood. Rev 7 does all that while being the best tasting energy drink ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% today. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7. For a limited time, you get our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. I drink Rev 7 every day, and I absolutely love it, and so will you.
Welcome back to the Coleman Coliseum on the campus of the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I'm Robert McNeely, live with Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's 5 o'clock somewhere, and that is 5 o'clock Central Daylight Time in this beautiful auditorium, beautiful stadium, quite frankly, where the basketball teams play on the men's and women's side. President Trump will be behind us in the coming hours to speak on the American Dream, talking about its comeback and also celebrating the graduates of this incredible university. I'd like to apologize to Jimmy Kimmel. Apparently, the University of Alabama was going to have you as the commencement speaker, but someone much more important will be standing there in moments, and that's President Donald John Trump. But we hope you're tuning in, Jimmy, because it is a country that is once again being made great. The Trump effect. Mercedes is now shifting more vehicle production to the United States. Today, Mercedes-Benz announced it will move production of another vehicle to the United States, the latest result of President Donald J. Trump's relentless pursuit of American manufacturing dominance. The automaker will produce the vehicle at its Tuscaloosa, Alabama plant, following signals earlier this year that the company will make additional investments in its U.S.-based operations. We're grateful for our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, Free Trump Knife. It is our sponsor at Patriot Addict that just made their all-time top-selling Trump knife deal even better for elections. For a limited time for Election Day, they are offering an additional 10% for RSBN viewers and giving you guys a total of 30% off. Use coupon code RSBN30 to get 30% off as for their Election Day special. Grab your Trump combat knife today. I have one myself. These are super high quality knives that you could add to your collection or gift to a patriot in your life and your loved ones for the upcoming holiday season. Get yours at 30% off today by going to RSBN30. Visit patriotaddictdeals.com. Again, patriotaddictdeals.com. 30% off. This deal is not going to be around forever. Some of my favorite sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you to Patriot Addict Deals. Now, Mercedes coming to Tuscaloosa, Alabama once again to bolster up the plant right here in this beautiful community. It is the only, they are not the only automaker onshoring production as President Trump incentivizes making things in America. BMW is considering adding shifts to boost production at its South Carolina plant. Honda plans to shift production of the Civic from Japan to the United States. And Hyundai announced a $20 billion investment, including a $5.8 billion for the new Louisiana steel plant to support its U.S.-based vehicle production here in America, and their pledge to further localize production in the United States. Kia plans to produce hybrid vehicles at its affiliate Hyundai Georgia factory, so that's going to be outstanding. It's right near the border with Auburn, Alabama, so that eastern border, I see it a lot when I go up to see friends in Atlanta, Georgia. That Kia plant is larger than 5 to 6 football fields. It's really beautiful, and many of their engineers and their producers do live in the loveliest village on the plains, and that's Auburn, Alabama, home to Right Side Broadcasting Network and those Tigers. We love Auburn University. Nissan is considering moving production from Mexico to the United States. Stellantis announced it will reopen its Belvidere, Illinois plant to build a new midsize pickup truck. I remember this plant going in and out of business growing up near my hometown and my neck of the woods. So great to see Stellantis back in action. Toyota announcing it will build hybrid vehicle production at its West Virginia plant. And why does all this matter? It matters for the future of these great students, the people in this Coliseum today. It's about them and President Trump coming here to Tuscaloosa to give his thanks and to share his vision and perhaps a couple surprise announcements regarding education policy and the future of this great nation. It starts in our schools. It starts in our communities. It's an America First agenda that starts with you, the great American people who are so committed to saving this nation. Speaking of doing that, there's really only one way to save it, and it's turning to the cross, which I have on my lapel here, adorned by the American flag. It's about God, and that's what President Trump said. I'm not the most famous in the world. There's another one that's more famous, and he looks up and he says, it's Jesus Christ. We need to turn back to religion, turn back to God. The White House, for immediate release, announcing today President Trump has a Religious Liberty Commission members that will be on a team, a task force, in order to guarantee religious liberty. President Trump signed an executive order just today establishing the Religious Liberty Commission during the National Day of Prayer event in the Rose Garden. If you missed that earlier coverage, of course, you can go back to it. My wonderful colleague, Matthew Alvarez, was in studio with extraordinary pastors, including our friend who we interviewed just the other day, Lorenzo Soul, talking about literally the soul of America, the fight for Judeo-Christian principles that framed and shaped this great experiment, the constitutional republic known as the United States. President Trump has designated the following individuals to serve on the Religious Liberty Commission. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, he is the chair. Dan was elected in Texas in 2014 as the lieutenant governor and then reelected in 2018 and 2022. He previously spent over 40 years in the media as a television anchor, conservative talk show host, and successful radio station owner in the Lone Star State. Lieutenant Governor Patrick led the Texas Senate in passing legislation to end the teaching of critical race theory in our public schools, abolishing the DEI practices, placing In God We Trust in the Texas Senate, and added Under God to the state Pledge of Allegiance. He produced the award-winning film, The Heart of Texas, the film that led him to start a 4-year seminary program in Texas prisons in 2011. The program is now the largest in the world, and if you've done prison ministry, there is perhaps nothing more rewarding than seeing redeemed souls, those taking responsibility for their sins, those recognizing that on an individual basis, each and every one of us, our personal sin, put Jesus on the cross. Lieutenant Governor Patrick literally putting public and private entities in work together in order not only to do rehabilitation, but to help save souls in the name of God. He also wrote the second most important book you will ever read, a challenge to read the most important book ever written, and that is the Bible. Dr. Ben Carson, will serve as vice chair, rising from poverty to become one of the most renowned pediatric neurosurgeons in the world. Gifted hands, if you can remember that wonderful story, and Cuba Gooding Jr. playing this made-for-television film about this extraordinary man, Dr. Ben Carson, who served as Secretary of Housing and Urban Development during the first Trump administration. Dr. Carson is the founder of the American Cornerstone Institution, and his most recent book, The Perilous Fight, outlines what needs to be done to restore the foundations of the family in America. And his work has been so paramount for young people in this room, for the dignity not only in their studies and their academics at the university level to rise out of poverty, but also the dignity of each and every one of their personal bodies and what marriage means and what vocations mean in the grand scheme of the Judeo-Christian experiment here in America. There's Ryan T. Anderson, who has a PhD and is the president of the Ethics and Public Policy Center. He's the author and co-author of 5 books, including several related to religious liberty. Anderson received his Bachelor of Arts degree from Princeton University and his doctoral degree in political philosophy from the University of Notre Dame. In addition to leading the Ethics and Public Policy Center, Anderson serves as the John Paul II Teaching Fellow in Social Thought at the University of Dallas. Now I have a personal favorite here, someone I know relatively well from my days in Chicago. He's from my neck of the woods, Bishop Robert Barron. Author, speaker, and theologian, Bishop Robert Barron reaches millions of people around the world with his Word on Fire ministry, a Catholic media nonprofit that produces podcasts, videos, books and articles, and gospel meditations. Since 2023, Bishop Barron has served as the Bishop of the Diocese of Winona-Rochester in Minnesota. I once had the opportunity to join seminarians at Mundelein University, Our Lady of the Lake, just north of Chicago, where then Father Robert Barron gave this beautiful tour of the chapel, showcasing St. Therese of Lisieux, John Paul II, among other critical people, not only in theology, in the American church, in the international church, but also paramount to Western civilization in their defense of individual and religious liberty against tyranny, against fascism and communism. He is a man of great character and articulate on the items that are most important to this great country. Carrie Prejean Bowler, you might remember this beauty queen, former Miss California and former Miss USA first runner-up in 2009. Bowler is the author of Still Standing, the untold story of my fight against gossip, hate, and political attacks. You may know him as well. I'm going to step off camera for a moment, but still talk about this great religious liberty commission as Mr. Director pans this beautiful Coliseum getting filled up with great MAGA patriots here to celebrate their students today on this monumental May 1st, 2025 commencement here at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. We also have Cardinal Timothy Dolan. His Eminence will be serving on this extraordinary religious liberty commission. Cardinal Timothy Dolan is the Archbishop of New York, a member of the Board of Trustees of the Catholic University of America. And Cardinal Dolan previously served as president of the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops and is completed terms as chair of the Bishops' Committee on Pro-Life Activities and the Bishops' Committee for Religious Liberty. And the next gentleman needs no introduction, the pastor, the Reverend Franklin Graham. He is the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association, the BGEA, and of Samaritan's Purse, an organization that provides disaster relief and medical aid around the globe and here in the United States, especially after those terrible storms that took place in the southeastern United States, whether it be the volunteer state of Tennessee, right here in Alabama, and the peach state of Georgia. Who was there? It was Reverend Franklin Graham and his great team, along with President Trump before he took the oath of office, in order to secure that aid for people who were most dearly in need of it. Allison Ho, partner at Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher, Allison has established herself as one of the United States' premier appellate lawyers. She has presented over 100 oral arguments in federal and state courts nationwide, including 5 cases before the United States Supreme Court. Dr. Phil McGraw, the longtime host of Dr. Phil and best-selling author, hosts a doctorate in psychology. And his most recent book, We've Got Issues, How You Can Stand Strong for America's Soul and Sanity, encourages Americans to reclaim the principles of hard work, independence, faith, and ingenuity. Eric McTaxis, the great writer, speaker, and radio host. Eric has written dozens of books, including the national bestseller Bonhoeffer, The Pastor, Martyr, Prophet, and Spy. The story of Dietrich Bonhoeffer was so beloved by readers that it was made into a major motion picture. Metaxas has testified before Congress on the global rise of anti-Semitism and been rewarded with the Canterbury Medal by the Beckett Fund for Religious Freedom. Kelly Shackelford will also join this all-important committee to save religious liberty and freedom in the United States. She's the president and chief executive officer of First Liberty Institute, and Shackelford is a constitutional scholar who has argued before the United States Supreme Court, winning numerous landmark religious liberty cases. Shackelford has testified before Congress on religious liberty issues and has served as an adjunct professor at the University of Texas Law School. The Rabbi, Meir Soloveichik, Rabbi Meir is a rabbi of the Congregation of Sharith Israel, the oldest Jewish congregation in the United States. He also serves as the director of the Strauss Center for Torah and Western Thought at Yeshiva University. And as a senior scholar of the Tikva Fund, the rabbi has lectured internationally on topics including Jewish theology, the roots of American Western values, Jewish theology, bioethics, wartime ethics, Jewish-Christian relations, and much more. His recent book, Providence and Power, 10 Portraits in Jewish Statesmanship, profiles some of the great Jewish leaders throughout history. And finally, to round out this all-star panel of faith leaders in the United States is none other than the person tasked with this commission inside of the White House, giving her expertise, Pastor Paula White. She is the founder and president of Paula White Ministries and the National Faith Advisory Board. She is the overseer and a teaching pastor at Story Life Church in Greater Orlando, Florida. Pastor White was an advisor to President Trump in the Faith and Opportunity Initiative during his first term in office. And now she serves as senior advisor to the White House Faith Office, a superstar group to help save this great nation. As you are panning and seeing live the Coleman Coliseum, where legends are made here at the University of Alabama, and a date they will never forget. May 1st, 2025, their 4 years of hard work, or maybe even more, leading to this moment. It's the sacrifices of not only family members, but of their studies and the life journey that has taken them here to Tuscaloosa, Alabama. The American dream is back. They had to enter this campus in such a sad time, thinking about the autopen presidency of Joe Biden. This didn't stop or deter these students as we spoke to them earlier today outside of this beautiful Coliseum. They are ready to move forward in their careers. They are ready to move forward with the help and the leadership of the gentleman who will be taking that podium not so long from now, President Donald Trump. They will listen to the words, of course, of their former coach of their legendary football teams, Nick Saban, a man who is very critical of the NIL, of what's going on with sports. This is a big sports school. So is the SEC conference. Maybe President Trump will touch on some of these things tonight. I have not seen any pre-reserved scripts or remarks that the president may give tonight. Sometimes media receives advance points that the president might make on any given speech that has not been received yet, but we know he doesn't need a teleprompter, nor do we need a teleprompter here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, because we're speaking from our heads, speaking from our hearts, and I'm sure that this will be a great speech, not only honoring the amazing students of this fine university, but the future generation that he loves the most. You know, at the end of the day, President Trump is a father. He's a grandfather, and he wants to see this country succeed. It is his mission to help it flourish using his business acumen and his know-how to make America strong again, to make America safe again, to make America healthy again with people like Brooke Rollins and Bobby Kennedy, and to ultimately make America great again. And we've seen it with securing the border, with giving reciprocal tariffs, with renegotiating trade deals, with not backing down to tyrants and not taking rather the BS that he could take on a regular basis from the far left or some in the mainstream media or even people like Vladimir Zelensky. But he can also get along with them. He can also break bread with people and take the hard interviews, whether it's in the Oval Office, in the press room, all the way to the cabinet room, to the Roosevelt room, and now here to the Coleman Coliseum, where he will be giving his remarks and his thoughts on life to these incredible students. It is truly the place where legends are made, and RSBN Live is so happy to be here with you, the American people, to catch this exciting day for these countless graduates celebrating with family and friends. When we were outside talking to them, it really touched me today because today is my birthday, if you don't know, so I'm reflecting on 37 years of the blessings God has bestowed upon me, the friends, the family, the fact that his hand helped to bring me to you here at RSBN. And thank you to our leadership, our team, my colleagues for helping me bring you all of this unbridled access to your 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief. It's truly an honor, whether it's at school or whether it is on the campaign trail or in the White House or aboard Air Force One. We want to bring you everything inside and outside of the Beltway that pertains to America First. And there's only one way that that can happen. It's through our great sponsors, including Free Trump Book. The mainstream media really has never treated President Trump fairly, and that's impacting what our kids are learning about him on a daily basis, from elementary school all the way to the ranks to our fine universities across this great land. But Governor and Ambassador Mike Huckabee is making a difference on that with his team, with his unwavering courage to keep fighting for America through the mandate you gave to President Trump. This is Mike Huckabee's goal, not only to bring peace and prosperity to the Middle East, but to make sure people know the truth about President Trump and why he ran for office in the first place. The gift bundle that includes the Kids Guide to President Trump and the Kids Guide to the Courage of the President. These guides are excellent for kids. They make it fun for kids to learn all about Donald Trump. And the best part is it's free. All you pay for is shipping and handling. So get to it now with freetrumpbook.com. freetrumpbook.com. It's a very limited thing, so think about this as a stocking stuffer for Christmas, perhaps a birthday present, or maybe a great graduation gift for your student in your life, or for that neighbor next door who's simply not paying attention. You know, the cool thing about today and the cool thing about the Free Trump Book is that it's for everybody, and you have people who want to build community and people literally in line not only to see President Trump today, but also cheer on the graduates of this fine university. Thank you for sponsoring us at Right Side Broadcasting Network. So, the media narrative right now, the economy is tanking, the tariffs aren't working, the American people will pay more in taxes. Nothing could be further from the truth. The United Auto Workers spoke so highly just the other day on why President Trump is bringing manufacturing back to the Wolverine state of Michigan and throughout the United States, and that list, whether it's Hyundai, BMW, Toyota, these great car manufacturers coming back to the United States, flooding the Louisiana markets, the Georgia markets, South Carolina, in order to make America great again, strong again, creating thousands of jobs in the process. This is a renaissance in steel manufacturing, in the car industry. It will be a good time to own, purchase, lease a car, whatever best option is for you, the American people. stick with the plan. It is crucial. This is very similar to the 1980s under President Ronald Reagan when he inherited an awful financial situation and a terrible recession from the former worst president of the country, that's Jimmy Carter. I say former because he died a peaceful and happy man, as President Trump said, because now the worst of all time, at least in the modern era, none other than auto pen Joe Biden. And that's a scandal in and of itself. Who was running the White House while Joe Biden was commander-in-chief? Was it Dr. Jill Biden? Was it Barack Hussein Obama? Regardless, all of the living predecessors of President Trump handed President Trump the most difficult task of fixing and reshaping the global supply trade, also strengthening the American dollar and making it work for you and for your American dream. But we know he's tireless in these efforts day in and day out. Whether it's signing religious liberty executive orders just today, meeting with his cabinet yesterday and answering questions to the White House press pool. This is the most transparent president in American history. And to their credit, people like Bill Maher went to visit recently. Someone who doesn't agree with President Trump, someone who was not asked to wear a MAGA hat to take a picture with him. Rather, he was gifted it, but President Trump recognized, hey, you don't have to put that on right now, whenever you want to. And if you listen to Bill Maher's comments, he said how touched he was to actually be able to dialogue with someone, and that the person you see behind closed doors is not always the person who's on stage. And to Mr. Maher's comments, he doesn't know why that is, but he could say, we need to find a way to live together as Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, and liberals. And again, I believe it's more of we the people versus a big globalist deep state bureaucracy that sought to enrich themselves. And as President Trump put it the other day in Warren, Michigan, bankrupt Detroit, but then enrich Beijing. Why did they do that? Why did then Otto Penn Senator join then President Bill Clinton at the White House in the year 2000, Y2K, and toast champagne glasses to then Vice Chairman Xi Jinping, now the supreme leader of the Chinese Communist Party? Why did that happen? Why did they bring them into the World Trade Organization? This for 25 years, the Chinese Communist Party breaking the rules in real time. So this president recently receiving a phone call from Premier Xi saying that he wants to meet with him. So the Chinese now want to meet with the United States. They now want to come to the table to renegotiate the 145% tariff that President Trump slapped on them. And rightfully so. They need to stop their war games against Taiwan. They need to stop dumping plastic in the Pacific Ocean. They need to stop their overfishing in the North Pacific and along the coast of Alaska. And they've begun stopping that because President Trump is tough. They only will respond to a strong person, to a personality who can handle them. And now with getting close to double digits, or no, we're in the double digits now, roughly 15 world leaders coming to see President Trump. He mentioned another will be visiting in the coming weeks, and he will be on a Middle East trip May 13th through the 16th, President Trump, to meet in Saudi Arabia and to meet with other Middle East leaders to, again, renegotiate trade deals, to come to peace terms, to grow the Abraham Accords that were so successful in the first term. This is an amazing time, a golden era for America. As you can see behind me, the American dream is back, and we expect President Trump to speak on many of those issues today that are making a massive difference in the American economy. If you're just joining us live now, it's 5:30 Central, 6:30 on the East Coast. That makes it 3:30 on the Golden Coast of California. We're looking around us, seeing the Coleman Coliseum full. We have those North Carolina ladies checking us in today. We love them so much, giving us some much needed snacks to keep up that energy, because it is Rally Day in Alabama, Rally Day in America, but a special one at that. The 2025 commencement of the University of Alabama Crimson Tide students. May 1st, 2025, a day they won't soon forget as they celebrate these last 4 or more years in a time that will shape the rest of their lives, making life friends, being part of great sports teams, and a great culture and tradition that lies within the SEC. It just matters more here. And although we are from the loveliest village on the plains, and that's our favorite college town, Auburn, Alabama, War Eagle, I'm not going to whisper it too quietly because War Eagle, it's loud enough in here. Of course, we love our Auburn Tigers, but we respect the University of Alabama, where it says right on the wall there, where legends are made, and two incredible legends will be adorning the stage with the future legends of this great country, the graduates of 2025 commencement here at University of Alabama. That is Coach Nick Saban and also President Donald Trump. And I had the opportunity to, of course, speak to the crowd right before they came walking in on this beautiful sun-filled day, graduation day 2025, May 1st. And we have some of those interviews ready for you. In case you missed those earlier, we'll toss that there now for your viewing pleasure. Welcome to University of Alabama 2025, the commencement of all commencements. Congratulations to the class of 2025, University of Alabama Crimson Tide. We're joined by this lovely lady. What did you study while you were in school?
So I got my Master's of Public Administration here at the University of Alabama, and I think it's just such an honor to have the president here and to be graduating in a year where he's really taking a lead and ensuring that we as students, as graduates, have the best possible future.
It's an exciting thing, and Coach Saban will also be here to give some words of advice. What are you most expecting to hear from these two crucial leaders, not only on the football field, but in world geopolitical events?
Well, I think it just says a lot about the University of Alabama. You know, we have these great leaders that want to come here, that want to speak here, and I think it's just such an honor that we have that here, and we're facilitating that next class of leaders through this graduation and through Trump's being here.
And what are you going to do now that you are almost a graduate of this fine institution?
So I'm actually looking to go to law school, but for now I'm going to be moving to New York City and pursuing a paralegal role.
Fantastic. And there's a great law school just across the street here. So that's an exciting time for these students in this time in America with President Trump leading roughly 100 days. And what are your thoughts on these first 100 or so days of President Trump returning to Washington, D.C.?
Hi, my name is Lacey Bristelli. I'm a current poli-sci and philosophy major here at the University of Alabama, and I'm intending to get my JD within the next 4 years. I think that President Trump has done what he said he was going to do. I think that to the people that were paying attention, we're aware of what's going on and we're informed, but I believe that it's indicative of the hard work that the students put in here that he was invited.
You know, the funny thing is that a lot of the mainstream media or the far left in this country say that young people do not support this president somehow or the policies of the MAGA agenda. What have you found during your time here at the University of Alabama?
I found that a lot more goes on behind the scenes than you would think, and that you have to open up your walls and trust people that you wouldn't normally trust because at the end of the day, you know, good people recognize good hard work.
And that's what it's about, hardworking Americans making a massive difference in this country. Congratulations. Look forward to hearing more about your career. And this gentleman here looks like he has done very well while at school. You have the Crimson Tide tie, it looks like, there with the elephants. And I always thought that was funny that there's a great elephant mascot here. Maybe there's more Republicans on campus than not. Can you tell us a story as to why that is?
I mean, of course, it's the South, obviously, you know, born and bred. I feel like that's where we come from, the Republicans come from. Wore this tie actually at the inauguration for Trump as well, so wearing it again, see him again. Excited to see Coach. It's going to be awesome.
So were you at the inauguration in D.C.?
Yes.
Fantastic. And that was a much colder day than today's beautiful day here on May 1st at the University of Alabama. What does it mean for you, sir, to be making this milestone today? Because this is quite a build-up, a pinnacle in life, not only with a legacy, as you mentioned, the South, but now going into the world. Are you excited under this Trump economy to make your dreams come true?
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, under Trump, the opportunity is everywhere. I'm so excited to be moving towards, you know, next steps, and this is going to be an amazing path to my future.
And tell us some more about that. What are your plans?
So right now I'm pursuing finance. I'm still seeking employment, but my goal is to be a financial planner. So I'm studying to get my CFP, and then that's really where I'm going.
There's so much hope in the next generation because these are hardworking students enjoying this day, a beautiful sunny day now. It was a little bit overcast earlier here live at the University of Alabama. Congratulations. Can we get any last University of Alabama chants, some excitement? Because you guys just did what is not the easiest thing to do, become graduates of this great institution. So let's hear some excitement today. Who's excited to see President Trump? What's it mean, sir, to be a part of the Crimson Tide family?
Means a lot. Growing up a diehard Alabama fan, so it's roll tide till I die, and now I graduate, so it's to get to solidify it even further.
It's fantastic. And what did you study while you were here, and what was it like being on campus? Because we know the indoctrination that can sometimes take place with far left thought, or the you can't say that, or you need a safe space. We've seen that in American culture, say in the last several decades. But clearly this campus has a lot of free thinkers and people that are working hard towards their goals and dreams. So what are the next steps for you, and what are you most excited about in the next 100+ days of President Trump being in office?
Excited for a lot. Number one, just keep going after the crooks and stuff that deserve the law and punishment that they've been cooking up for a while and stuff. And say just win over these tariffs. And number one rule that I'm looking for is getting rid of that income tax.
And what would that mean for you as you go into the workforce?
Ooh, getting rid of that income tax would do me wonders. A lot of money being saved in the pocket, and a lot of money to go elsewhere and stuff, like towards investments, towards a house, car, even starting a family or something like that. So it's got to say big thanks to Trump for that.
Is this a big conversation that happens with your peers as well as you look to those next steps in life?
Yeah, 100%. A lot of conversations I have, like politically and stuff, with friends that I have going on the next step of life. I feel like it's a common thing that you want to bring up and stuff. It's healthy to normally debate and stuff with people that are, well, like looking at the other side or something like that, as long as you can keep it a debate and stuff. But it's definitely something I bring up a lot.
Dialogue, thought, debate, all things that are good steps and things you learned here at the university that will clearly go into your career. And thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today. Congratulations once again. Soak it in. It's a special moment.
Yeah, 100%. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. And we are live here at the University of Alabama celebrating Commencement 2025. President Trump will be in the Coleman Coliseum along with Coach Nick Saban to celebrate this great class that has worked so hard to achieve those goals, who came into school during the auto pen administration of Joe Biden, who almost shut down their future. But instead, they did not let anything hold them back. They took to it. They took to their studies, because we know in the Southeastern Conference, it just means more. And this group of people clearly wanting to dialogue about all of the important issues, whether it's tax on tips, of course, tariffs, of course, the future of this great country, and especially under the Trump economy, as you can see, as we're talking to so many of them today. And we have a MAGA hat in the house. How are you?
Absolutely, doing great today. Thank you. So happy to be here for the president.
And what are you most excited about his comments today? Something you're looking for specifically?
I'm excited to hear him talk to the students that are going out into the world and hopefully make a great difference in this country and help us be united. Very honored for him to be here today. So proud of his first 100 days.
What does President Trump mean to Alabama residents and the future of this great country?
We sure get so excited whenever he comes out here. I think he has a special place in his heart for University of Alabama because he keeps coming back. Very happy for him to be here, and I think that we're all pretty happy to have him back in the White House. It feels good. We're back, baby. We're back.
Well, he was so excited at the 100-day rally in Warren, Michigan just the other day. Yes. He actually mentioned, I'm going to Alabama in a couple of days, so he was thrilled about that. What's been the largest difference that you've seen between him and auto pen Joe Biden?
Well, he's alive. He's alive and well, this president, and it seems like he never sleeps. He is working all the time for us. It seems like until 2 o'clock in the morning he's still doing press conferences, and it's good to see that he is on top of things, and everyone in his cabinet, he is responsible, and he made promises to us during the election, and he is keeping them, and that is so rare to see politicians actually keep their promises. So we're very proud of him down here in Alabama. I'm a convert from California. I spent my whole life there, and I moved to Alabama because it's a very patriotic place, and I have students here, so it's wonderful.
So was that more of a recent move that you're relocating to Alabama?
Yes, 10 months ago I came to Alabama, yeah. So I'm glad to be here, very happy to be a resident of Alabama. It's a wonderful place, and we know why he keeps coming back here. It's a great state, great people.
The most fantastic people, that is so true. And who are you celebrating today? Just everybody?
Yes, we don't have a graduate right now. I have a freshman that's here, and I have my oldest daughter graduated last year. So, yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you so much for being out here to support.
We love being out here. You're celebrating the community, and we're celebrating you and displaying the great pink MAGA hat. Of course, there's all different themes, all different colors of MAGA hats as we celebrate University of Alabama graduates. We got an American flag graduate hat here, sir. What makes you so proud to be an American?
Serving in the Corps, serving my country. Right after 9/11, I joined up, and just being a part of America is a blessing that people don't realize. Even deploying out to Iraq, you realize that coming home, probably one of the most important things you could have is freedom.
Amen. I love that. And what was your rank, and how long were you in the military?
E5, 5 years in the Marine Corps.
Wow. God bless you. That's amazing work. And we just, our hats off to you. Enjoy today. Congratulations. Absolutely. Just amazing to see as everyone comes into the beautiful Coleman Coliseum for graduation 2025 here at the University of Alabama. President Trump will be in the house to give the commencement address, one of two this year, as he will be in the house for not only Alabama, but West Point as well. So exciting to see the president, how much he cares about the future of this country, and how excited he was for this speech, mentioning it at Warren, Michigan, when we were there just the other day. And as you see people filing in, it's quite a lineup here. If we can pan out and just see, this line goes on for blocks and blocks here. President Trump excited to be here to say hello to the graduates. Congratulations. Ladies, what are you most excited to see with President Trump today in the house? I see you got the great Trump shirt on there. Looks like it's his dancing in slow motion. There's twins here, absolutely.
Yes, we're very excited to see Trump.
Yes, so excited. Honestly, I think that's just the whole point.
Cherry on top of the best 4 years ever.
Absolutely. And what was it like to be in school during auto pen Joe Biden and then to have this great patriot Donald Trump back in the White House?
You answer it.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was the question?
Literally speechless.
I'm speechless.
What was it like having auto pen Joe Biden during the majority of your college tenure, but now you have a great president back in the Oval Office?
That's the true cherry on top.
Literally speechless. They're excited today. They're graduates of a fine institution, the University of Alabama. Excited to be here with Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're just tuning in, I'm Robert McNeely, and that's what we're getting used to here at Right Side Broadcasting once again, being part of the crowd, getting their input on countless different items affecting not only the college campus, but geopolitical institutions, our country, the future of it, and the world in turn. We do know that the United States did sign that minerals deal with Ukraine just after President Trump meeting with leader Zelensky at the Vatican before Pope Francis's funeral. So promises made, promises kept. There's no question about that. Who's excited to see President Trump today? And who's more excited to graduate today? Oh, not so much. There's and Coach Saban, of course. It seems as if. Are you excited to graduate, sir?
I'm pumped.
I love it.
Let's have a day. Let's have a day.
All right. It's an exciting time for these students. Once in a while, all the work that you put into this, and a lot of times this is a great legacy school for them. So you want to be here, as you mentioned from the wonderful student just earlier, legacy, 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 not only in the South, but the SEC. Of course, it means more. We're passionate about the SEC right here at Right Side Broadcasting because Auburn, Alabama is our home. We love this state. We love this community. And as you heard from the lovely lady in the pink MAGA hat just earlier, she doesn't even have students graduating today, but she's here to support the Alabama community. And that's what it's about. It's about communing together, breaking bread, being there for one another, and that is America under President Donald Trump's leadership. So a monumental occasion. We will be joining you again on the inside, on the outside, getting some more interviews and taking you all live to the action. Inside of the Coleman Coliseum, I'm Robert McNeely with Right Side Broadcasting Network. Live today, the 2025 commencement at the University of Alabama. Welcome back to inside of the Coleman Coliseum at the University of Alabama. It is rally day at 5:45 Central Daylight Time. That's 6:45 Eastern. And we can expect President Trump to make remarks here to the graduates of the University of Alabama 2025 class. A proud day for family and friends joining them throughout this beautiful Coliseum. As I look around, the smiling faces, the beautiful faces, this MAGA red all around, crimson to be exact. You know, their mascot is a Republican elephant, and you might have caught that interview just moments ago with that gentleman graduating today, proudly displaying his tie. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Why is China now dumping U.S. bonds? Why are they grabbing up American prime farmland and rolling out their new digital currency? Look, I hate doom talk. I don't like to think about bad things. I'm the eternal optimist. You know me here at this network, but it's pretty damn clear that the Communist Chinese Party is plotting a financial Pearl Harbor for the American people, and that could pull the plug on the dollar. That just cannot happen on our watch. And as devastating as that could be to your 401k or your IRA or even properties or assets, it's essential now to get gold and silver. And even though President Trump is a genius, he's a financial master, having graduated from the Wharton School of Finance at the University of Pennsylvania, you have to protect yourself with retirement. And the only 100% way to do that is by going to Colonial Metals Group. Paul Stone, the CEO of this outstanding company, truly does it better than anyone else in the business. The one inflation GG proof asset that's survived the fall of currencies and past empires and just about any leader out there. Gold and silver outlasted time and again. And when you call the trustworthy experts at Colonial Metals Group, please tell them that Robert McNeely from Right Side Broadcasting sent you. Call them today, 800-234-0089, 800-234-0089, or visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll receive your free 2025 gold guide on how to bulletproof your wealth with gold. Plus, you can stand to receive $7,500 on the house in free silver. That's a pretty great deal if you're asking me. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. Again, 800-234-0089. Thank you to Paul Stone and Colonial Metals Group for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. And the winning continues to happen. Are you tired of winning? I actually might be slightly tired of winning. I can't believe it because I love winning. I hate to lose. And we know President Trump is the biggest victor, doing a victory lap right now that's well-deserved, considering 100 days of investment, $5 trillion in new investment fuels America's future. Although you might be hearing fake news stories out there saying that the economy is bad or that things are scary out there, it's all talking points from the far left in order to try to win the 2026 midterms. The fact is, President Trump has secured over $5 trillion in new U.S.-based investments in his first 100 days, which will create more than 451,000 new jobs as he sets the stage for the new era in the new American economy. This will create unbridled transparency and prosperity for the American resident and citizens. From advanced manufacturing to cutting-edge artificial intelligence infrastructure, these historic investments, spurred by President Trump's unwavering commitment to revitalizing American industry, will reinforce the U.S. as the global leader in innovation and economic growth. So the announcements keep coming, whether it's from the White House communications team, the White House press office. But in recent days, IBM announced a $150 billion investment over the next 5 years in its U.S.-based growth and manufacturing operations. Thermo Fisher Scientific has announced it will invest an additional $2 billion over the next 4 years to enhance and expand the U.S. manufacturing operations and strengthen its innovation efforts. Corning has announced it is expanding its Michigan manufacturing facility investment to $1.5 billion. Merck & Company announcing a $1 billion investment to build a new state-of-the-art biologics manufacturing plant in Delaware, which will create at least 500 new jobs. I don't think Autopen Joe Biden, being from Delaware, ever created one job, let alone 500 new jobs, but I digress. This is part of Merck & Company's commitment to invest more than $9 billion over the next 4 years. Since the advent of the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, Merck has allocated more than $12 billion to enhance our domestic manufacturing and research capabilities, with an additional planned investments of more than $9 billion over the next 4 years. Amgen has announced a $900 million investment in its Ohio-based manufacturing operation. The company credited President Trump's landmark 2017 tax cuts for enabling its rapid expansion. The Bell Group announced a $350 million investment to expand its U.S.-based production, including at its South Dakota, Idaho, and Wisconsin facilities, which will create 250 new jobs. Here is the non-exhaustive list of investments secured in President Trump's second term. Project Stargate, led by Japan-based SoftBank and U.S.-based OpenAI. This private agreement, led by Oracle, has announced a $500 billion investment in U.S.-based artificial intelligence infrastructure. Apple. Tim Cook, mind you. This is Tim Cook of Apple. Remember how left of center he apparently once was. $500 billion investment in U.S. manufacturing and training. NVIDIA, a global chip-making giant, has announced it will invest $500 billion in U.S.-based AI infrastructure over the next 4 years, amid its pledge to manufacture AI supercomputers entirely in the United States for the first time. IBM announcing a $150 billion investment over the course of the next 5 years in the U.S.-based growth and manufacturing operations. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, this is TSMC for short, has announced $100 billion investments in United States-based chips manufacturing. Johnson & Johnson has announced a $55 billion investment over the next 4 years in manufacturing, research and development and technology. Roche, so a Swiss drug diagnostics company, has announced a $50 billion investment in manufacturing and research that will expand and create an estimated 1,000 new full-time jobs. Eli Lilly and Company announcing a $25 billion investment to more than double its domestic manufacturing capacity. United Arab Emirates-based ADQ, a U.S.-based energy capitalist partner, has announced a $25 billion investment in U.S. data centers and energy infrastructure. Novartis, this is a Swiss drug maker, announced a $23 billion investment to build or expand 10 manufacturing facilities across the United States, which will create 4,000 new jobs. Hyundai, you saw this announcement, $21 billion announced within Louisiana, Georgia, throughout the southeast United States, offering a new steel plant, which allocates $5.8 billion in the creation of that. This is nearly 1,500 new jobs coming to the United States. Hyundai also secured an equity investment and agreement from POSCO Holdings. This is South Korea's top steelmaker. So you saw the announcement with the Hyundai executives, also Governor Jeff Landry joining President Trump, and House Speaker Mike Johnson and leader Steve Scalise in the Roosevelt Room at the White House some weeks ago. United Arab Emirates-based Damac Properties, this is DAMAC, has announced a $20 billion investment in U.S.-based data centers. France-based CMA-CGM, a global shipping giant, has announced also a $20 billion investment in U.S. shipping and logistics, creating 10,000 new jobs. So it's unbridled prosperity. It's a golden era. Behind me, you can see the signs. President Trump saying that the American dream is back. Clarios announcing a $6 billion plan to expand its domestic manufacturing operations. Stellantis announcing a $5 billion of investment in U.S. manufacturing networks, including reopening its Belvidere manufacturing plant. You have GE Aerospace announcing a $1 billion investment. Chobani, you might recognize the Greek yogurt giant, announcing a $1.2 billion investment to build its third U.S. dairy processing plant in New York, which is expected to create more than 1,000 new full-time jobs. Amgen announcing a $900 million investment in its Ohio-based manufacturing operation. Schneider Electric announcing it will invest $700 million over the next 4 years in the U.S. energy infrastructure. GE Vernova announcing it will invest nearly $600 million in U.S. manufacturing, creating 1,500 new jobs. Abbott Laboratories, a $500 million investment in its Illinois and Texas facilities. AIP Management with a $500 million investment. Diageo getting in on the action, $415 million in investments right here in the state of Alabama at their manufacturing facility. The Bell Group announcing a $350 million investment to create and expand its production at its facilities in South Dakota, Idaho, and Wisconsin. 250 new jobs coming as a result. Paris Baguette, that delicious French bakery, announcing a $160 million investment. Also, Fiserv Incorporated announcing $175 million to open a new strategic fintech hub in Kansas. The list goes on and on and on. And don't forget, it's not only public-private partnerships and individual companies making these decisions, but U.S. investments pledged by foreign nations. The United Arab Emirates announcing $1.4 trillion in the United States to invest. Saudi Arabia, $600 billion pledge. Japan announcing $1 trillion. Yes, $1 trillion. It's with a T. Taiwan also announcing and pledging it will boost the American economy. And as all of these good things are happening financially for you and your families, and the opportunities that these students behind me will have because of the Trump economy being fixed and global supply chain lines being renegotiated to put America first and strengthen the American dollar, make sure you strengthen your family's health. Imagine needing a medication and being told you cannot have it, not because it's out of stock, but because Big Pharma doesn't want you to have it. Well, it's already happened, and it can happen to you. When others make it complicated, All Family Pharmacy makes it simple. Just the meds you want, just the meds you need without jumping through the hoops. They've got the ivermectin, they have methylene blue, among other life-saving drugs that some in the fake pharmaceutical realm will claim don't help you, or they want you to buy in, it's more like it, to their drug-created scary things that may not be good for you at the end of the day. This is why All Family Pharmacy wants to protect you, and they know that they can help it make it work for you and your family members. They've also got antibiotics, your everyday meds, and over 200 essential medications to keep your home stocked and your family ready, because being prepared isn't optional anymore. It's about your everyday life, like when your spouse runs out of blood pressure medication, or maybe your kid spikes a fever. You don't want that to happen. All Family Pharmacy takes care of it, and you order online. The doctors handle the prescription, and your meds get shipped right to your door, even overnight. No insurance, no hassle, just peace of mind. Keep your medicine cabinet ready before you're left without options. allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. It's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use that code RSBN10, that's RSBN10. You'll get 10% off. So what a great deal. Thank you to All Family Pharmacy for putting American families first in these scary days and age. But this is the thing that I'm passionate about here in this 100 plus days of this golden era of the administration. The White House releasing, thanks to social media director Sunny Nelson, who works alongside the greats like Margot Martin and Caroline Levitt to bring to you, the American people, the truth, the honesty, the transparency coming from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Promises made, promises kept by President Trump in 100 days. And before I read some of those great successes, I just was informed by our outstanding and wonderful, beautiful COO, Grace Saldana, that Y'all are thanking me and wishing me a happy birthday on this, my 37th trip around the sun. I can't imagine a better birthday than being with y'all around the country, around the world, to celebrate President Trump taking time out of his busy schedule to celebrate with the graduates of the Crimson Tide, the University of Alabama. This is where legends are made, and I'm grateful to be with you on the right side of history, a network committed to putting Americaverse values into your home, into your viewership, to share stories inside and outside of the Beltway, to put America first once again. It was a scary time. Think about these graduates who will be accepting their diplomas momentarily. They entered school during the Otto Penn presidency. There was uncertainty, there was fear. People were being canceled, thrown off of social media, and organizations like Right Side Broadcasting Network stuck with it. They were not afraid. Thanks to our founder, Joe Seals, and others at this great network, they stood strong in the breach. And I can tell you, there's a couple things I've learned in my time here on Earth. One is, do not stand outside the fire. Garth Brooks even wrote a song about it. It might be more comfortable, but it's unfulfilling. Life is not tried, it's merely survived if you're standing outside the fire. So get in the arena. President Trump, will hear from him tonight, just roughly an hour from now. He is the man in the arena, the man that Teddy Roosevelt once spoke of in his famous speech, talking about those untimid and cold souls that don't know what it's like to be in that arena, marred by dust, sweat, and tears, blood if necessary, to make a difference for their communities. But you instead choose the more difficult path, the more worthy path. And I'm here to celebrate that with you tonight. And in addition, the ability to give your life over to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, to share in that gospel message on this Christian network. And we're a Christian network because we love the American experiment, the constitutional republic, one nation under God. President Trump talks about it, that he's not the most famous in the world. He goes, that person he looks up is Jesus Christ. It's our Lord and Savior. He said in the Rose Garden, he wants Jesus to be the Lord of your life. I wish that for you as well. It's an exciting adventure to be one of his disciples. It doesn't mean success necessarily, but it means a life well lived. It means a worthy travel and goals, walking in his footsteps. So thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, for my amazing colleagues here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, for this great nation, and to further this message of freedom of speech and inherent dignity you gave to us through our founders nearly 250 years ago. Well, it's about 7 o'clock, just after 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Stick with us for the 2025 commencement of the Crimson Tide, the University of Alabama. I'm Robert McNeely. Stick with us. We'll be right back live with you here on Right Side Broadcasting Network.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to announce the next generation of energy drinks, Rev 7. It has no sugar and no caffeine. Instead, Rev 7 uses Go BHB. Go BHB is one of the body's primary ketones, and it provides the most efficient and clean fuel that your body needs. It also helps you stay energized all day with no crashes. Not only that, it produces 3 times more brain energy than sugar, which helps boost your memory, focus, and mental sharpness. It also helps reduce stress and helps balance your mood. Rev 7 does all that while being the best tasting energy drink ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% today. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7. For a limited time, you get our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. I drink Rev 7 every day, and I absolutely love it, and so will you.
Welcome back live to the Coleman Coliseum from the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa. I'm Robert McNeely. Thank you for the birthday wishes, and again, thank you to my colleagues. Thank you to the viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. I can't imagine a more fun-fulfilled birthday than to be at Rally Day in America for President Trump, giving his first commencement speech this season. Of course, number 2 will be at our military's finest academy up in West Point, New York, for our Army Black Knights in the coming weeks ahead. But first and foremost, it's the Crimson Tide who will celebrate today's events, and what a privilege and an honor it was to speak with so many of them outside today on this beautiful day in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. President Trump spoke on how excited he was to be here just the other day in Warren, Michigan for the 100-day commemoration, the 3rd rally of 2025. Just saying that, oh my gosh, I'm going to Alabama. I love Alabama, and we love Alabama here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. As you know, we are home to the loveliest village in the Plains, Auburn, Alabama. War Eagle, we love those Tigers, and that doesn't change even though we're on the campus of what is also a fine SEC university here at the University of Alabama, where legends are made, and where these legends will be joining the legendary coach, Nick Saban, also the legendary president, Donald John Trump, and not only receiving their diplomas, but hearing those words of advice and perhaps some announcements on the NIL. Some breaking news today, though. President Trump removing Mr. Mike Waltz from being National Security Advisor and appointing him to take on the mission to the United Nations in New York City. So he will be an outstanding ambassador, has to, of course, go through that Senate confirmation unless they go into recess. And in the interim, President Trump announcing Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be acting National Security Advisor. Marco Rubio traveling 14 nations in roughly 14 weeks, carrying the Peace Through Strength mantle. This all-important agenda to Maha and MAGA in order to guarantee safety in the world. President Trump's team has secured the minerals deal with Ukraine, which will bring unbridled prosperity to the United States and also the Ukrainian people. War is coming to an end, and Putin's invasion will be turned around. 1.5 million people have died, whether it be civilian or military, on the Russian and Ukrainian side. These are two cultures that are steeped in history, and as President said, these ornate buildings being destroyed. The invasion would have never happened in the first place if he was in office, which is true, because this foreign policy works by strengthening our borders, strengthening tariffs, strengthening the American dollar, and ultimately keeping peace and prosperity throughout the world. As Vladimir Zelensky met with President Trump right before Pope Francis's funeral just last week at the Vatican. Thank you to our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Trump knife. This is something you need for your MAGA man cave because it's a great thing to display for all of your buddies when you're watching the football game or just enjoying a relaxing afternoon, perhaps with golf on or one of your favorite athletic competitions. Our sponsor at Patriot Addict just made their all-time top-selling Trump knife deal even better for this upcoming election season. That's 2026. So close, even though this is an off year, it's right around the corner. So for a limited time now, get your special RSBN 10 for an additional 30% off. This is code RSBN30. That's RSBN30 and get 30% off for this special selection. Grab your Trump combat knife today. These are super high quality knives. I do have one myself to add to your collection or to gift it to a loved one, whether it's their birthday or a stocking stuffer planned for Christmas celebrations. If you are a planner, I try to be as much as I can be instead of a procrastinator. I like to get my stocking stuffers as soon as possible for the Christmas season. So get yours 30% off today. Use code RSBN30. Visit PatriotAddictDeals.com. PatriotAddictDeals.com. Use code RSBN30 for 30% off. And maybe you might even upset someone like Jimmy Kimmel in the process, because we know that our sponsors here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, they're on the right side of history. And the liberal maniacs that are out there get so sad when you celebrate the greatness that is this administration. And let me tell you something. This campus is full of based individuals who love this country. I feel surrounded by future leaders, perhaps congressmen, governors, senators, maybe even a president or two. And President Trump, I'm sure, will touch on that today during the commencement speech, as he has in the past. I've seen it in person at Turning Point USA events with high school students and college students. He often speaks about the greatness of our future and why it's worth fighting for them in today's economy. Thank you to FreeTrumpBook.com, because the mainstream media has never treated President Trump fairly, and that's impacting what our kids are learning about him today, whether it's from kindergarten on through the great university levels and just that fake narrative that is out there. But kids need to know the truth about why President Trump ran in the first place, why the Kids Guide to the Courage of President Trump, or the Kids Guide to President Trump, explains his unwavering commitment to the American ethos. That's why Mike Huckabee's team put together a very nice gift bundle for kids and their families at FreeTrumpBook.com. They make it fun for kids to learn all about Donald Trump, his family, and the best part is these gift bundles are free. So you just need to pay shipping and handling for the cost. Another great Christmas stocking stuffer, because they're offering also a free commemorative Trump Christmas ornament showcasing his incredible bravery. You can get all of this for a very limited edition time now. FreeTrumpBook.com. Don't wait. Do not delay. Get yours today. Thank you to Ambassador Huckabee, his team, for sponsoring us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network with FreeTrumpBook.com. I spoke to him earlier this week, but our friend Mr. Mike Lindell at mypillow.com/RSBN has the greatest gifts and marketing prowess that you'll ever see in the country. President Trump said it 2 days ago in Warren, Michigan at the Macomb County Community College Sports and Expo Center that the best marketer out there, it's Mike Lindell. With the Gen 7 new drink for 30% off now. Get yours today. If you don't like coffee in the morning, but you need a caffeine fix that won't lead to that crash with current energy drinks that are full of chemicals and they give you that after lunch kind of lag and you don't feel good after them, well, this Gen 7 is your next generation of energy drink that will make it amazing for you and yours. Also, don't miss out on the beautiful Pear Kale sheets going on sale right now. With over 2,000 different items at mypillow.com/RSBN, Mike Lindell wants to watch out for you and your savings. And you know another thing about him, he's all about free speech. He's a purveyor of election integrity. And who knows, maybe he'll become the next governor of Minnesota. But we love Mr. Mike Lindell, and we thank him for his sponsorship, being on the right side of history right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN. The Parakill sheets, the energy drinks, over 2,000 items right made for you, because to have a good day and to be fully present with friends and family, you got to have a good night's sleep. It's crucial. And that's why mypillow.com/RSBN doing that for you today. Thank you for your sponsorship here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And I'm sorry I'm a bit distracted because this place is packed. And we see the great graduates, soon-to-be graduates. They have tassels on. I believe it goes from the left to the right, indicating you have now graduated. It's been a few years for me since I walked down that beautiful aisle, but we see celebrations, messages written on hats. We spoke to a United States Marine Corps officer who said he'd proudly serve his country again. I'm looking off to my left, and the honor guard is at attention with the American flag, the rifles in hand, also the great flag of the state of Alabama, home to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Thank you to Alabama. Thank you to this great nation that has provided us such a platform to give you, the American people, unbridled access to America First information inside and outside of the Beltway in this golden era. We are living that today in 2025, and this May 1st of the year of our Lord 2025, these students will never forget it. The work that they put into this in their very early times on Earth, but a crucial time to set the stage for this American dream. This is where legends are made, right here at the University of Alabama, where the SEC, it just matters more. And we love this beautiful state. We love this country here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. And we're so pleased and honored that you're tuning in for what is Rally Day in Alabama, Rally Day in America. Such a joy to be with you at 7:17 Eastern. That's 4:17 on the West Coast. And here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, it's 6:17 Central. But since President Trump took office, he and his administration have ushered in the most secure border in modern American history. And he did not need legislation to do that. We know that because of Article 2. We know that because Secretary of State Marco Rubio laid that out just yesterday at the cabinet meeting with the White House press pool, that the sole determination of the border of immigration lies within the abilities to enforce the law and within the purview of the presidency of the United States and his executive authorities. He made good on his promise on the campaign trail and has ushered in the most secure era of homeland security. It's unprecedented, my friends. Here are a few of these promises made and promises kept. We will close the border. We will stop the invasion of illegals in our country. That promise made on October 12th of just last year when I was in Aurora, Colorado with President Trump when Operation Aurora was announced. A beautiful moment in the history of this nation. So the promise is kept. Illegal border encounters are down by 95%. Illegal immigrant gotaways, the top threat to public safety, are down 99%. Many of my colleagues now admitting this within all different forms of the mainstream media. Typically, when we go to the U.S.-Mexico border, according to one reporter, we at least see one group of people here entering illegally. We did not see a single migrant. So a big difference from the Otto Penn administration until now. Another one of my colleagues mentioning that border crossings grind to a halt as Trump's tough policies take hold. Migrant arrests at the U.S.-Mexico border in March, the lowest ever on record, and the U.S.-bound migration plunges 99% along the Panama jungle route, one of the most dangerous that has been out there. Also, left-wing elements releasing stories that the California-Mexico border, once overwhelmed, now is overwhelmingly empty. A promise made on January 19th, a day before taking his second oath of office, President Trump said, "We will expel every single illegal alien gang member and migrant criminal opening on American soil and remove the savage gang Tren de Aragua from the United States." So these promises have been kept. President Trump designated Tren de Aragua, MS-13, and other vicious border cartels and gangs as foreign terrorist organizations. The Department of Justice, 27 members of associates of Trende Aragua are charged with racketeering, narcotics, sex trafficking, robbery, and firearms offenses. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, under President Trump, we have arrested over 150,000 aliens, including more than 600 members of the vicious Trende Aragua gang. The Trump administration has directed the successful apprehension of a key MS-13 gang leader, an illegal immigrant living in Virginia. And you might have noticed FBI Director Kash Patel, Attorney General Pam Bondi on that raid with them. So amazing success is happening as ICE has arrested 370 plus illegal immigrants as part of a major operation in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, many of whom with serious criminal convictions and charges, including murder, child rape, fentanyl trafficking, and armed robbery. A promise made on day one. We will begin the largest deportation operation in history of our country. This will be done on October 21st in Concord, North Carolina. And I'm being told, Mr. Director, thank you. President Trump has landed in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. We'll go there live now to show him exiting Air Force One.
Good evening. To our graduates and their families, to our guests, welcome. This evening marks a moment of both celebration as well as distinction. We're especially honored tonight by the President of the United States, whose participation in tonight's ceremony adds historic significance to this moment. We're also pleased to welcome Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, a steadfast advocate for higher education in our state. We're also privileged to be joined tonight by members of the Board of Trustees of the University of Alabama, our vice presidents, members of our leadership team, UA faculty, UA staff, as well as distinguished guests who are seated both on the platform as well as throughout the Coliseum. Please join me in showing our appreciation to each of these distinguished guests for what they do for the University of Alabama, for our students, and helping us to fulfill our mission here at the University of Alabama. Graduates, tonight is all about you guys. Tonight is a unique and a special celebration of all that you have achieved, the dedication it took to reach this moment, and the bright future that lies ahead. And if you reflect on that, there was a lot of hard work in that, right? Right? At the University of Alabama, education reaches beyond the classroom. It's a foundation for life, shaping your ability to think deeply, to lead with purpose, to engage the world with courage and conviction. Our hope for every graduate is not simply success, but significance as well. That you'll take what you've gained here and build something that is lasting. That you will live with intention, create positive change throughout your life with your actions to leave the world a better place because of your presence in it. That you'll live with intention, that you'll create positive change through your actions. You've already proven your ability to rise above challenges, whether launching a career, pursuing graduate education, or finding ways to just serve your community. You leave here prepared to make a real impact in the world. And in time, through your character, your leadership, and your contributions, you may build something even greater, and that's a legacy. A legacy, a life, so that one could be called legendary. This evening is especially meaningful as we welcome the sitting President of the United States to our campus. His presence and willingness to share a message with you truly makes this an unforgettable occasion. A belief that anchors our mission at UA is that education and public service are linked, that the knowledge that you gain in our classrooms, like ours, will help shape policy, lead nations, change the world. This special ceremony offers a meaningful opportunity for you, for I, to reflect on the important connection between academic inquiry, civic leadership, and public service. Tonight, we come together to celebrate achievement. We ask everyone to help us create that atmosphere of support, respect, and pride for our graduates tonight. At UA, we uphold a proud tradition not shared by many large universities. We call the name of every graduate who walks across our stage. That's because we believe that each of you deserves that honor. Your name, your moment, the recognition of your hard work and your commitment. As part of our celebration, we invite you to watch a short video that honors the experience of graduating from the University of Alabama. And then I look forward to each of you having that moment at the commencement ceremonies tomorrow and Saturday, that opportunity that I'll have to shake each of your hands individually, to congratulate you in person, and to tell you, congratulations, job well done. Thank you.
What's in a name? Shakespeare asked in Romeo and Juliet. Names have meaning. They're unique to each person. And trust me, I know something about names. A few magical times a year, I have the privilege of saying thousands of names. Micah Linda Garrett, Top Bahadur Rawat Chetri, Elizabeth Page Tagg. Since becoming the voice of commencement in the 1990s, I've called the names of Heisman Trophy winners, Bryce Christopher Young, Super Bowl champions, Joseph W. Namath, and Alabama icons. But I've also called the names of future doctors, lawyers, teachers, scientists, and everything in between. The one thing they all had in common, the capstone. This incredible place that they called home. The Quad, Bryant-Denny Stadium, Denny Chimes. The people they met here, friends for a lifetime. A family that they could choose. Behind every name read aloud at commencement is a story that began when they stepped foot on campus for the very first time.
A little nervous, but I'm excited.
It's like a new beginning. It's kind of scary, but I'm excited.
I'm really looking forward to all the social events. I just can't wait to get my feet into college and see a little bit what it's about.
Just the friendships, you know, and the relationships I'm making, new friends and stuff.
Making new friends and joining new groups, yeah.
They learned, they grew, they cheered, and they changed. But they all made it here, graduation day. And yes, some students are used to being called over the loudspeakers.
Pressure on the outside, and down he goes. 3 sacks. That was Will Anderson.
And a perfect present for Montana Phelps and Alabama at the Women's College World Series.
But for many, this is the one time in their life that an entire arena will hear their name. Soak it in. This is the moment. On this stage, everyone is a legend. Congratulations, and roll Tide.
Good evening, everyone, and roll Tide. I'm Dr. Jim Dalton, Executive Vice President and Provost at the University of Alabama, and it's a privilege to continue this special celebration tonight. To our graduates, it's a meaningful moment to recognize all that you've accomplished, surrounded by those who have cheered you on and believed in you. We're very proud of you. Now, would everyone please stand for the presentation of the colors. Thank you. At this time, I invite you to remain standing as we pay tribute to our country and to those who have served it. Leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance is SGA President Lucy Bonhouse.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lucy. Please remain standing as University of Alabama student Emily Welker, a performance major, leads us in the singing of the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof
Thank you, Emily. You may be seated. Before we move forward, I'd like to take a moment to recognize a very special group in attendance. We are proud to have members of the armed forces as part of our UA community. Your commitment to duty and sacrifice for others embody the very values we hope all graduates carry with them as they leave this campus: courage, service, and leadership. If you are a veteran or currently serving in the military, graduate, or guest, please stand so we may thank you for your service to our great country. Thank you for your service. At this time, I'll invite Mr. Chad Tyndall, Chief Administrative Officer for the University of Alabama, to the podium. Mr. Tyndall.
Thank you, Dr. Dalton. Good evening. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. That's much better. Faith is such an important part of the lives of so many of our students at the University of Alabama. And whether that faith is Christian, Jewish, Muslim, or another, commencement is an especially great time to reflect on that faith, on our purpose and its meaning. I am pleased to welcome to the podium Dr. Wade Langer of UA Campus Ministries, who will offer tonight's invocation, reflecting on this moment in our futures.
On this day of great celebration, we give thanks. Now, please pause with me for a moment of silent reflection and gratitude. Almighty God, giver of life, source of knowledge, compassion, and goodness, we are grateful for the ways you have blessed these graduates, for the friendships that have held them, for the instructors who have mentored them, and for the lessons that expanded and shaped them the most. During their time here at the capstone, we trust they have been prepared for their future and will rise to whatever challenges may await them. Through your gracious power on this day, pour out your love and wisdom upon them and bring the work started in these graduates to completion. Give them strength to pursue the dreams you've instilled in their hearts. Equip them with compassion, with integrity and fairness, humility and respect. Grant them courage to step boldly from the simplicity and security of college life into a world in need, a world that aches for their gifts, their passion, their vision, and their hopeful idealism. Offer them humility in success, patience in uncertainty, hope in doubt, and peace in times of unrest. And as they go, using all the gifts you've given them, send them forth from this campus to do all the good they can, by all the means they can, in all the ways they can, in all the places they can, at all the times they can, to all the people they can, as long as they ever can, to remind the world that the worst things in life don't have to be the last things, that there is always, always a reason to hope. So on this day, we entrust these graduates to you. They are no longer ours, but yours. Put them to what you will. Place them with whom you will. And in whatever they do, let them be employed by you to bring about a truly great tomorrow. In your name, amen.
Thank you, Dr. Langer, for those words of hope. One of the greatest honors of working at the University of Alabama is witnessing the talent, determination, and heart of our students. Whether they're joining us from Flomaton or Florida, Washington or the Wiregrass, our students are truly the best. And none has shone brighter than the class of 2025. You have shown remarkable resilience, leadership, and pride in this university. You'll hear from a student who embodies all that and more tonight. It's my privilege to introduce the class of 2025 Student Government Association President Samad Gilani. Samad has been a strong voice for students and a reflection of what's possible when you lead with passion and purpose. Samad?
Good evening, everyone. To our families, friends, faculty, staff, and special guests, thank you for being here tonight to celebrate with us. Your support, encouragement, and care have brought us to this moment, and we do not take that for granted. We are grateful to the President of the United States for joining us this evening in selecting the University of Alabama as part of this historic visit to recognize the hard work and potential of our graduating class. And especially to my fellow graduates, congratulations. This weekend, we can truly say we made it. Commencement marks more than the end of our time at the University of Alabama. It marks the culmination of every step that brought us here. From the first time we set foot on this campus, to the night games in Bryant-Denny Stadium, the long hours in Gorgas, the victories, the challenges, and every moment in between that quietly shaped who we are today. This class, our class, has been through a lot. We've seen global uncertainty from a pandemic, rapid change in circumstances that forced us to grow in ways that we never expected. But through it all, we didn't just adapt, we evolved. We grew into leaders, thinkers, creators, advocates, and friends. And we didn't do it alone. As the 113th SGA president for the class of 2025, I've had the incredible privilege of watching your determination and resilience up close. I've watched students launch meaningful initiatives, advocate for their values, and extend a hand to help others rise. We each came to the University of Alabama from different walks of life, different hometowns, different stories, different dreams. The University of Alabama gave us the space to grow, to pursue our education, and to find community within our diversity. I've seen steady leadership, quiet support, and moments when we came together, not because we had to, but because we wanted to. I truly believe that this class represents what it means to lead with purpose. We've learned so much here, but maybe the most important thing is this. Leadership isn't about having the right title. It's about showing up. It's about listening. It's about being the kind of person who makes space for others to shine. And class of 2025, you have done that again and again and again. I also want to take a moment to recognize someone who has quietly shaped this experience for many of us, President Stuart Bell. Dr. Bell, your steady leadership, your humility, and your care for students have left a lasting mark on us all. Whether it be standing at this podium, visiting with students, or cheering us on from the sidelines, you have shown us what it looks like to lead with integrity. On behalf of all of us, thank you for believing in us, in our students, and for making UA a place where we have truly felt seen and supported. As we turn the page this weekend, we do so knowing that our story is still being written. And while it may feel like we're stepping into the unknown, I know we are more prepared than we realized from our time at the University of Alabama. We've learned to adapt, we've learned to lead, we've learned to care deeply and think critically. And now we take that into the world, not just to build our own futures, but to help shape a better future for others. And as proud graduates of this wonderful institution, it is also our duty to give back. Whether we stay in Alabama or take what we've learned elsewhere, we carry a responsibility to be good stewards of our education, to lift others, and to help ensure that the values we learned here ripple outwards. So, class of 2025, I challenge you. Wherever you go next, bring that fire. Bring that curiosity. Bring the pride that you feel tonight and let it carry you through whatever comes next. Because this isn't just the end of something great. It's the beginning of something even greater. Congratulations, class of 2025. It's been an honor to walk this journey with you. Now, please turn your attention to the screens as we share a special senior tribute video honoring the class of 2025 and the friendships, memories, and milestones that have defined our time at the capstone. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go sit with my classmates for this one, and you know I can't end without one last Roll Tide.
The best way to describe my time here has been full circle. I think growing up as an Alabama fan with my parents going here and just coming to visit campus all the time, there's really been nothing more full circle than seeing how my experience here has taken shape, especially with all the opportunities I've been awarded here at UA. Couldn't think of any way to make it more perfect.
Met the best people, had the most fulfilling college experience, both with school and outside of school. Like, it's everything I could have asked for.
I just feel like I've had such a wonderful 4 years. I've spent many, many Saturdays in this stadium, and so I figured what better way to say goodbye to my time here than in the place where I had the most fun.
Best decision I ever made, man. Best 4 years I've had. These kids too. It's been fun.
These 4 years really do go by so fast. Like, it feels like yesterday we were moving into our freshman dorm together, and now we're like 3 weeks out from graduation.
You'll find your area, you'll find your friends. You know, there's space for everybody here.
The staff members that I have met, my coworkers, the faculty members, they all were very uplifting and supportive. When times I didn't believe in myself, they were there cheering me on. So I did say I found my cheerleaders everywhere throughout campus.
The impact that the university has had, I would say, is it taught me what it means to be a legend, but also a team player. And it taught me the importance of being present through your 4 years here and through any moment in your life.
I'm gonna miss living within a 5-minute walk of all my best friends. I love how close this campus is and how close the Tuscaloosa community is. And it's been amazing just being able to call my best friend down the street and say, hey, let's go for a walk on the quad, which is just so beautiful to walk down.
I am gonna miss the people. I'm gonna miss seeing the same people every day for 4 years and really getting to hone in on those relationships. And I'm gonna miss saying Roll Tide to someone and them saying it back.
Wherever I go, like in the future, saying like I went to the University of Alabama, it's not just like a place I attend at school. Like I said, like I feel like it's like a culture that I'm now like a part of. Roll Tide!
Roll Tide!
Roll Tide!
Roll Tide!
Roll Tide!
Roll Tide, guys.
I got 7 women on my mind. 4 that wanna own me, 2 that wanna stone me, 1 says she's a friend of mine. Take it easy, take it easy.
And this is excitement here at the University of Alabama for the 2025 commencement, as we've heard from their university president, their provost, the student government president as well, leading in the Pledge of Allegiance and a beautiful rendition of the national anthem following the honor guard, bringing out the United States of America flag and the great state of Alabama flag on this May 1st, 2025, which is bringing much recollection to my own mind, because it reminds me of my own graduation. But I did not have President Trump at my graduation. In fact, I was reminiscing with some colleagues off camera about our respective graduations from the University of Illinois and Syracuse University, respectively. And for both of us, we actually took a nap during our graduation ceremonies. I could tell you, no one is napping during this packed, wonderful, beautiful celebration at the Coleman Coliseum to celebrate a milestone, college graduation. And they were celebrating the moment where the seal of the President of the United States has been put on to that podium. So forthcoming, President Trump to celebrate with these wonderful graduates of this great university. And that's what he is very focused on a regular basis, the future of the United States. Those who have come before us, but those who are about to embark on their own journey to the American dream. That sign right there in front of them saying the American dream is back. And in this Coleman Coliseum, many MAGA hats on hand to enjoy what's sure to be an inspiring speech by the 47th Commander-in-Chief. Another thing I noticed as the honor guard came in, as the national anthem occurred, as the Pledge of Allegiance was spoken, the caps were removed by these soon-to-be graduates. The respect, the discipline, the true legendary status, as Alabama says, where legends are made. It starts with respect, it starts with dignity, and these students are well on their way becoming young adults into this great experiment, this American journey that we're on together. If you like what you see here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, we'd be honored to have your donation to continue this citizen journalism to bring you not only commencement speeches, but America First policies inside and outside of the Beltway. There's really no one else like us out there in the media. We give you the entirety of the speeches. We give you the conferences. We give you the conventions. We give you the hearings that make a difference for you and your families. So text RSBN to 801-801. We'd be honored to have that donation, and we'd be honored to keep working for you, the American people. If you go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, you can also find the link there. Thank you in advance for your support and for being on the right side of history. Some of the people you'll see on stage today, we had a welcome from Alabama President Stuart R. Bell. Also, he did depart the stage before the presentation of colors, the Pledge of Allegiance by Student Government Association President Lucy Bonhoss, the national anthem by student Emily Welker, and a series of speakers coming to stage, including the provost and the governor, Kay Ivey, on hand to celebrate the students here at this university. It's a great community here in Tuscaloosa, just like our community over in Auburn, Alabama. Of course, Roll Tide for our viewers, or War Eagle, I should say. But today we come together as people who love this great country, who love Alabama, this beautiful state, and care about the future of our country and the future, because it lies within this room. The people you are looking at today are the future doctors and lawyers and people who will excel in their fields. But not only that, those who are going to be going into public life. As Alabama President Stuart R. Bell mentioned while on stage, that their goal here at this university is not only academic success, but it's about building that individual, and that public service goes hand in hand with a successful life. One cannot look back on an individual journey without the use or the pursuit of public service in order to make their community better. And that could be on the local level, on the state level, and of course the national level. I can feel the presence, the excitements in this room where legends are made that one day perhaps there are future congressmen, governors, and perhaps a future president of the United States within the ranks of this Coleman Coliseum at the University of Alabama. Secret Service is in the house as well, and that most likely means that President Trump is in the building as we see the American flags, the presidential seal adorning the stage with the flag and the seal itself of American flag in the background. And whispers, chuckles, excitement as the students are ready to see their favorite president, the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief. He's someone who cares about public education. He cares about bringing it back locally with that executive order and the leadership of Linda McMahon to push back on the Federal Department of Education to bring it to an end, fulfilling the dreams of President Ronald Reagan that he once had, something he wasn't able to achieve but wanted to. But President Trump fulfilling that promise to bring it back to the states and the localities and to the parents, quite frankly, family members that will decide what best is for their own children's education. And that's the way it should be in this great country. And we are proud of everyone here who has really harnessed that need, that longing for excelling academically, because it is the great level playing field in this nation. I hold it to be true, I think many others here at the network, that an education is that great advancer. And specifically in advanced education, because some may see it as somewhat barbaric to send your 18-year-old off to a campus far away to somewhat figure out life. But it builds that character. You have life friends, whichever campus you go to. And it's been a pinnacle in my own career to work on so many of the Power 50 campuses and some of the smaller campuses throughout the country to spread the idea of economic freedom, freedom of speech, and the foundational documents that have made this country the greatest nation in Western civilization. And so we celebrate that today as the ladies from North Carolina are in the house as well. So good to see friendly faces that we once saw on a daily basis during the campaign. They are in their ornate, beautiful suits, and I'm sure President Trump will point them out today. They're actually parked right near us out in the press parking and media area along with guests. So familiar faces in the Coliseum today as this student body is unlike any other in the nation. One that clearly is very supportive of President Trump, very thrilled to have him here at their own commencement. This is the beginning of a weekend of activities as well, where each and every name is read off. That's not always the same at each university, but the speaker that does do that made a short video earlier on in the programming to showcase just how special that is, that preparation to getting each and every name right, because some students are used to that in athletics, whether it be on the football team, the basketball team, or softball, gymnastics, what have you. Some of the finest athletes in the whole country coming from this splendid and prestigious university. But some will just have that one moment in a stadium full of people where their name will be read that one time. And it's great and iconic that the University of Alabama would recognize each and every one of their alumni in that moment, now graduates of this incredible university. If you're just tuning in now, it is 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I'm Robert McNeely. It's wonderful to be with you here today on Rally Day in Alabama, Rally Day in America, number 4 to be precise in 2025. This one happens to be a commencement, but I'm sure these images remind you of the campaign trail from last year. President Trump was on a barn burner nonstop to ensure that he would bring hope again back to America, secure the border, build economic prowess, bring the American dream back, the theme of this commencement ceremony. And he's doing just that with his exceptional team. He said that yesterday in the cabinet meeting. how impressed he is. And for President Donald Trump, a stalwart business genius, quite frankly, the acumen he brought from not only The Apprentice, but the hospitality world to hotels to the golf industry, he was number one. He continues to be number one in public policy to strengthen the American dollar, to bring peace to Ukraine, signing that strategic Ukrainian minerals deal, also to bring about this new commission on religious liberty with Paula White leading the charge there, along with Dr. Ben Carson and Dr. Phil McGraw, also Bishop Robert Barron, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, the Reverend Franklin Graham. Great rabbis involved with this as well, to meet that cornerstone of what founded this great nation in the first place, religious liberty, and prayer opening up this ceremony tonight. So whether it's a 2025 commencement, it looks just like a 2024 campaign rally for President Trump. And I am ready for this Coliseum, this beautiful stadium here where they play basketball and compete in gymnastics. I'm sure this place is going to be rip-roaring in just a moment, because they are excited to see their president, and the president of the university just stating that he was so thrilled to have President Trump gracing this university, an institution that has existed since 1831, coming here to show his care for advanced education and higher education, but also to celebrate all of the good things happening right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And we know with the SEC, it just means more. And being home for us, Auburn, Alabama, the loveliest village on the plains, we know we have to throw a war eagle or two in there. And I smile saying that because we celebrate that vehemently on the football field and in other sporting events, but we can still admire our rivals where legends are made. And these students, you want to say kids, but really young adults and leaders in their own right, ready to take on this world that can be treacherous sometimes, confusing. But this Gen Z is truly Gen free, and it inspires me, not being too far ahead of them in terms of where life has taken me, but I like to share my own 2 cents, if you will, about where it can all lead. It can lead to fighting for the founding documents, taking a stand, running for your city council, perhaps running for state rep, finding your purpose in this world, serving your friends and family. That's truly what it's all about. And that is the mantra and the mission of MAGA, and those 20 promises that were made by Donald Trump just last year that became the Republican National Committee's platform at their convention just after the horrible events of July 13th in Butler, Pennsylvania, where a would-be assassin nearly took the life of President Trump. And we all stopped in that moment to thank God for sparing his life. It sure has changed his. We could see it in his entire demeanor, the way he approaches this. He's always fought for these principles, but now, I think more than ever, acknowledging that God preserved him for this moment, to return him to the presidency. And just a few days later, accepting that nomination with that reconstructed ear on his right side. That millimeter miracle, as Pastor Sowell likes to share with us on the program, it truly was. And it was the angels in service to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ who saved this great man for such a time as this. To give power back to the American people, to have you decide truly what's best for your life, to choose the house of worship you like to attend on a Saturday or Sunday or even throughout the week without having to be worried about being harassed for praying outside of a Planned Parenthood, or simply protesting what's happening in your schools or your child's school, whether there is pornography in their libraries or not. And if you can have a voice over that. We watched in the Virginia Commonwealth how people were literally taken down by police officers, and that should never, our uniformed officers should never have to be put in a position where they have to remove peaceful, patriotic individuals for literally just speaking to what they want their students to study and not having pornography in their school board meetings. And that's where you can see these things, all these issues really taken seriously by the students and the legacy, the family members, many of them having attended the University of Alabama as well. It's all about common sense. That's MAGA, that's MAHA, and they have come together in order to celebrate these students tonight and students across the country as they're preparing for their respective commencement ceremonies. And on behalf of RSBN, I'd like to congratulate all of you who might be having a commencement of your own, whether it's high school or college graduations or those big milestones for master's degrees, teaching certificates, doctoral programs. Congratulations on your hard work, because your commitment to academic excellence makes a difference for our society. To be on the forefront of great technologies, you will be written among legendary stars, as we are seeing right now with the assemblance of this MAGA team of President Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Doge, his cabinet. They all got together yesterday to talk about all of the successes in 100 plus days of this new administration. Your name can be amongst those, and they probably will be, as long as you seek to serve and seek profession and excellence in all that you do. And as long as you do it for others, it will seemingly come easy in an interesting way when you're living out that vocation for another person, another cause, something greater and better than yourself. Well, I'll get off my soapbox for a moment, but it's just a proud moment for me, having family who have attended this university, but also just looking back on my own graduation and how excited I was to take on the world. But something that I caught while talking to those wonderful students about to graduate the University of Alabama just outside before tonight's events, I asked them, how excited are you to see President Trump? Of course, the roars, of course, celebrating Alabama and these wonderful moments taking place today. But I asked as well, are you excited to graduate? And yes, there was excitement, but there was almost this, oh, wow, that was a quick 4 years. These are memories that will last a lifetime. And as that video stated earlier, they won't be able to just walk to the quad with their friends. They won't be a quick 5-minute walk to their favorite restaurant, to their favorite gathering spot, to go study in the library, to have a cup of coffee, or to raise a celebration, a celebratory beer or two. That all changes a little bit now as they go to take on the world. Many different locations. One of the graduates saying that they're going to New York City, and really all over the world, taking these values of this prestigious university to make a big difference for the American people. I'm sure President Trump will highlight that. In the next few moments. Thank you to our sponsors at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Of course, Colonial Metals Group. The sad, scary fact is that, as optimistic as I am for the future of these great people here in this Coliseum, China is now dumping U.S. bonds. They are going in for our prime farmland. They are rolling out a new digital currency, and to be quite frank, they are trying to display an economic Pearl Harbor against the United States, and they must stop now. They must stop their war games against Taiwan. They must stop intimidating the United States, but we know that President Donald Trump will never be intimidated by Winnie the Pooh, otherwise known as Xi Jinping. But look, we need to be serious about your properties, assets, 401ks, and IRAs, and protecting yourself against inflation. But President Trump is a genius. He's great with the economy, and even with that, you need to secure your financial savings and retirement with gold and silver. The one inflation-proof asset that survived the fall of currencies. And when you call the trustworthy experts at Colonial Metals Group by going to 800-234-0089, that's 800-234-0089, Call today. Do not delay. Visit freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You'll receive a free 2025 gold guide on how to bulletproof your wealth with gold and silver. Plus, you stand to receive $7,500 worth of free silver. So go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN, 800-234-0089. Thank you for sponsoring us. Paul Stone and Colonial Metals Group here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live. Now imagine you've solved all those problems. You have your gold and silver, properties, assets, 401ks, and IRAs, but you're needing a serious medication in response to a health crisis, and you're being told you can't have it. Not because it's out of stock, but because Big Pharma has decided to be in the way and has denied you access. Look, this has already happened to countless Americans, and it continues to happen again and again. When others make it complicated, All Family Pharmacy makes it simple. Just the meds you want when you need them without jumping through those ridiculous hoops. So they've got ivermectin and the methylene blue, among other medications that your local pharmacy won't necessarily have on hand. But they also have All Family Pharmacy, the local antibiotics, your everyday meds, and also 200 essential medications to keep your home cabinet stocked. You need that medicine cabinet stocked just like any other emergency kit. Because being prepared is not optional in 2025, it's actually essential. Think about your everyday life. What if your spouse has high blood pressure or your kid gets that nasty fever and it's the middle of Sunday night going into Monday morning? All Family Pharmacy takes care of it. You don't have to worry. No insurance, no hassle, just peace of mind. And when you order online, their doctors handle the prescription and send it directly to you, right to your door overnight. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Use code RSBN10. That's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. And use code RSBN10. Get 10% off today. Do not delay. Thank you for sponsoring us, All Family Pharmacy, right here on the right side of history. That is RSBN. And now we'll go live to this video. We'll keep talking through this at the moment to celebrate the greatness of this university. It is something that is more than an idea. It is more than even the people. It's where legends are made here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, as these students, soon-to-be graduates and their family members, many are alum of this great university as well, are looking to see their family members and hear an address from the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief, who has graciously taken time out of his schedule in order to address the students here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama. On this May 1st, 2025, a day I'm sure they won't soon forget, if ever forget. The relationships they've built strong here and this academic family of theirs, whether it be the SGA president to the president of the university to Governor Kay Ivey on hand to celebrate higher education policies here in Alabama. They will take these relationships, these friendships, and the knowledge they've learned and take it out into the world. Remember, they entered college during a pandemic. They entered college when the auto pen president was mandating things and putting people out of work as a result if they chose not to take something. How egregious, how erroneous the last administration was, how much it harmed and confused students by not being clear about their student loans and the repayment of those or not repaying those. Well, this White House has been very clear about that. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, saying last week, you will have to do that. If you take a loan out, there's no such thing as the pixie fairy dust that you must find at perhaps Disneyland or somewhere else. No, this is real life. If you take a loan out, you will need to repay that. And these students understand that. Speaking to them earlier today, these are people of responsibility. These are people that are looking forward to getting out into the world, right? Reflecting on the fact that they have been shaped by such an extraordinary institution within the Southeastern Conference, within the state of Alabama. As you hear the triumphant music behind me, the Crimson Tide colors, their wonderful elephant symbol marking today the 2025 commencement weekend for the University of Alabama Crimson Tide, where legends are made. They stand and set themselves apart. Even the Wall Street Journal has said this is the top college in all of the country. And I can tell you from visiting today, it is very impressive. As President Trump mentioned his cabinet, simply being impressed by the work that they have achieved. And there's some breaking news also today. In case you missed it, President Trump has removed National Security Advisor Michael Waltz from that role and nominated him to become the next UN ambassador to the mission in New York City, the United Nations. A tough one for sure, but something that he will definitely excel at. Congratulations to Michael Waltz, awaiting Senate confirmation. We also have reports that the U.S. minerals agreement with Ukraine has been done, has been signed, and is forthcoming. Something that will be great for both nations. Sharing that the U.S. is committed to Ukraine's future and also peacefully pushing back against Russia to remove them and to end up stopping this war, as it should have never started. It would have never started if President Trump was still in office. It was Joe Biden and the globalists who led to that conflict. And President Trump has proved that you do not have to be. We will go back to the commencement right now. Stuart Bell, the president of the University of Alabama.
Welcome back. Well, graduates, your time at the University of Alabama is certainly part of something much larger than any one moment. You're part of a legacy that stretches back generations and forward into the future that only you are going to be able to define. And tonight, let's just say it's not over yet. Let's make some more memories. Some very special guests are about to take the stage, an individual who has left a lasting mark on this university and whose presence tonight truly makes this celebration unprecedented. But before they join us, I do want to take a final moment to say something from the heart, and that is thank you. Thank you for choosing Alabama. Thank you for your work, your energy, the late nights. Graduates, were there any late nights? Roll Tide. And the leadership that you have shown on this campus and beyond. You have made an impact. You've built a community. You have raised the standard, and tonight we celebrate with you, class of 2025. It's now my pleasure to introduce someone who needs no introduction to Alabama fans. Coach Nick Saban did Coach Nick Saban didn't just win championships, he built a culture of excellence that set a standard in college football and taught us all the power of teamwork, self-discipline, and unwavering focus on the process of getting better every day. He challenged our student athletes to be champions, not just on the field, but in the classroom and in life. Please show your appreciation for the legendary former coach of the Crimson Tide and one of the greatest coaches in history, Nick Saban.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bell. And first off, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for your extraordinary leadership here at the University of Alabama over the last 10 years. You made the university better. You made me better. You helped us have a successful program because we always had the support that we needed. And leadership is all about serving other people. And Dr. Bell created a great example. He was somebody that we all could emulate. He helped others for their benefit, which is what service is all about. And, you know, his integrity, humility, and unwavering focus to the students here is something that is unprecedented. So I would like to get a round of applause for Dr. Bell for 10 years of tremendous service to the University of Alabama. You know, it's certainly an honor for me to be here and participate in this historic event, to be able to introduce President Trump, to address the graduates, here today. So it's a special moment for me, but I got to be honest with you. I feel like I'm the warm-up band for the Rolling Stones. And the first song they're going to play is Start Me Up. So, but really to all the students here, I want to congratulate you on the hard work and commitment that you made to be able to graduate, create a future for yourself. But I want you to remember something. You've created an opportunity to create a legacy now. And if you remember back in 2009 when we won our first national championship here, we had a celebration in the stadium, and I said, this is not the end, this is the beginning. And the reason I made that statement is I wanted our players and the people in the program and our supporters at the university to realize that we wanted to create a legacy of success. Well, that's what you have the opportunity to do now. You're going to face new challenges. This is going to be a new beginning for you. New challenges, new horizons, new opportunities, new obstacles to overcome. And I'm sure the University of Alabama has provided a lot of resources for you to be ready to do that. And our faculty here has helped you prepare for what you need to do to have a successful legacy, in the future. But I always tell people that you need to be very wise about the goals that you set. But more importantly, you got to define, what do I need to do to accomplish those goals? That's called the process. The very things that you need to do on a day-to-day basis to be able to accomplish the goals that you have. You need to define that for yourself. And then you have to have the discipline to execute it every day. And I'm talking about self-discipline, because we make hundreds of decisions every day that come down to two questions. Here's something I know I'm supposed to do that I really don't want to do. Can you make yourself do it? On this hand, there's something you know you're not supposed to do, but you want to do it. Can you keep yourself from it? If you can make those choices and decisions the right way, you'll be able to always make progress toward the goals and aspirations and things that you want to achieve. So making the right choices is very, very important. When you embark on this journey, there's three things that I think always help me. First of all, have compassion for other people. Treat people like you would like to be treated. Treat people nicely on your way up. You might meet them on the way down. So it's nice to be important, but it's also more important to be nice. So that was the first thing, compassion for other people. The second thing is be responsible for your own self-determination. You got to earn it. Don't look at somebody else. Don't blame somebody else. You be responsible for your own self-determination and have accountability for what your job is and what you need to do. And the last thing is, it's not about beating the other guy. It's not about being better than somebody else. It's about you being the best that you can be. We won 26 games when I played Pop Warner football in a row. Then we won 30-some in high school in a row, and it was never good enough. And I could never understand that. But my dad said, it's not about beating the other guy. It's about you being the best that you can be at whatever you choose to do. And I'm going to leave you with this. The first speech that I gave in 17 straight years here was I used to get the players to understand how important it was for them to be their best. As I paraphrased Martin Luther King's old street sweeper sermon. And he started out saying, there's only one guy in the green stamp store at Montgomery, Alabama that I'll let shine my shoes. Because the pride that guy has in shining shoes and the smile he gets on his face when you told him he did a good job. Then he goes on to say, if you're going to be a street sweeper, be the best street sweeper in the world. Sweep the streets like Michelangelo painted a Sistine Chapel, like Shakespeare wrote literature. Let him put a sign up that says the best street sweeper in the world lives right here. And if you do that, you accomplish the best there is in life, knowing you did your best to be the best you be, no matter what you choose to do. So, from Terry and myself, Miss Terry and myself, we want to congratulate the 2025 graduating class of the University of Alabama and wish you the very best in the future. And before I introduce President Trump, I have to tell you a story. You know, you all know that we win a national championship, we get to go to the White House, and it's a great experience for our players and each and every year. When we won in 2017, President Trump was there in 2018, very gracious host, and he's the first president that invited us to come in the Oval Office. So I take the three captains in the Oval Office, and the president's really nice to everybody, and he's got this very big, good-looking, auspicious box on his desk that has a red button on top. And one of the players said, "Is that what you launch the missiles with?" And he said, "Well, push it and find out." Player said, "No, I don't want to do that." He said, "Oh, go ahead, push it, see what happens, find out." So Rashawn Evans finally got the guts up, went over, pushed the red button. Some lady came in with a Coke on a tray. So I really want to express my appreciation to President Trump for choosing the University of Alabama for his commencement address and making time to speak to our graduates. Now it is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. Please join me in welcoming the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you, Coach. Wow, what a nice-looking group this is. What a beautiful group of people. And especially a very big hello to the University of Alabama. Congratulations to the class of 2025. Roll Tide. Roll Tide. There are things that happen in life that are very important, and you always remember where you were when they happened. As a student at Alabama, you'll always remember where you were when your head coach, Nick Saban, retired. Remember that? Because he's done such a fantastic job. The last time I was here, and that's true with Nick, what a great coach. Let's bring him back. No, you have a good coach right now, though. You have a good coach right now. He was great. But the last time I was here, the Crimson Tide beat the Georgia Bulldogs 41 to 34. I was here. I got to watch it. That was some game. Today, it's my pleasure to return to this campus as the first president ever to deliver the keynote commencement address to this truly great American university. It's a great school. And there's nowhere I'd rather be than right here in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Titletown, USA. That's what it's become. And I love this place. Maybe it's because I won Alabama by 45 points. Could that be the reason? 45? You know, the way they say, the polls have closed in Alabama. Trump has won Alabama immediately. It was very quick. It was very, very quick and nasty. That's what we like. They put all 7 of your commencement ceremonies, I don't know if you know this, but they put them all together first time ever, so I better do well, or I'm in big trouble. But I want to thank President Bell for his 10 years of distinguished service, highly respected gentleman, but 10 years of service to this great university, overseeing the education of 100,000 proud Alabama graduates. That's something to have on your record. I also want to thank Alabama Governor Kay Ivey, who's here with us, and she's a fantastic. Where is she? Where is she? She's around here someplace. She's here. I just took a picture. I said, you're doing a great job, along with the very wonderful man, a friend of mine, Senator Tommy Tuberville. Where's Tommy? Tommy's great. When he wanted to run for the Senate, I said, well, you beat Alabama 6 times in a row. How can you run for the Senate? He said, well, I just look at him and say, well, I was responsible for them getting Nick Saban. I said, that's a good reason. And he won. Very easily he won. But I'll never forget that. Thanks also to a wonderful person, Representative Lisa McClain, a great person, great, highly respected. Gary Palmer, Robert Adderholt, Dale Strong, Ronnie Jackson, Ralph Norman, along with Lieutenant Governor Will Ainsworth, Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall, Alabama Secretary of State Wes Allen, great people, Alabama Senate President Pro Tem Garland Gudger, Chancellor Sid Trant, and members of the University of Alabama Board of Trustees. But most importantly, and they would agree with this, let's give a big round of applause to your incredible parents, grandparents, and family members. Because they made this wonderful day possible. Oh, you're great. Without them, it doesn't happen. Without them, you probably aren't here, and you wouldn't have that big, beautiful smile on your faces. This year, the graduating Alabama class of 2025 has over 6,600 graduates. You're the largest class in school history. Among your ranks are among the 800 first-generation college students and nearly 3,000 students from right here in the great state of Alabama. Amazing. And this class also includes many Rhodes Scholars, Goldwater Scholars, 213 Merit Scholars, and over 1,500 students graduating with red caps. You know what that signifies? 4.0 GPA. That's a lot of students. That's a lot of students. That's pretty good. I know who I'd pick. I'd look for a red cap. I say, I want you to work for the beautiful Trump administration, this lovely administration. In addition, the class of 2025 has nearly 130 active duty service members, veterans, and members of the University of Alabama, ROTC. Thank you very much. Thank you. Everywhere you look, you can see the fierce spirit of this school, but nowhere more clearly than in your world-class athletics. There's nothing like it. Probably there's no school like it. That's why I would like to recognize the 11 graduating seniors on the University of Alabama football team. Where may they be? Where are they? You just have to look, and they're about a foot taller than everybody else. Oh, great. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Great season. Thank you. Thank you. Great season. There is something truly special about the players, coaches, and the fans who pack the stands at Bryant-Denny Stadium and proudly sing Dixieland Delight. We like that. Alabama has changed college football forever and inscribed into the history books the names of Bear Bryant, Joe Namath, 4 Heisman Trophy winners, and, of course, the great Nick Saban. This place is truly where legends are made. It really is. It's a special place. When your president called, we talked about it. It took me about 2 seconds to say, I'll go. I wasn't looking to do it, and we are busy. You know, we're winning a lot of battles right now. We love winning, don't we love winning? We're winning a lot of battles. But I wanted to do this. For the University of Alabama, good isn't good enough, tough isn't tough enough, and great isn't great enough. The Crimson Tide does not rest, does not quit, and does not stop winning until it's all time. You know, it's all time. You're always winning, and you're going to keep winning. That's why the University of Alabama football team has won more games in the last decade than any college football team in America. That's not bad. And it's why last fall you beat Auburn for the 5th year in a row. That's not bad. That's not bad. The University of Alabama has a brand, and that brand is winning. That brand is winning. Great school. Last year, the Crimson Chaos watched the Tide Hoops make it to the Final Four for the first time ever. And this year, you built on your incredible record and returned to the Elite Eight. So not only is Alabama a great football school, it's now one of the nation's best basketball schools, and congratulations. And I love sports, and I think I should have come here. I think I should have come here. Congratulations as well to the women's track and field team for winning 2 SEC titles this year. That's something. As long as I'm president, we will always protect women's sports. Men will not play in women's sports. No way. They say that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's a 97-3 issue, I think. No, men will not be playing in women's sports. I said that, and I classified it with a very powerful executive order. As you know, it's done. The class of 2025 was the first to enter the halls of this university in the aftermath of COVID-19. Following a difficult senior year of high school, many of you came here to Tuscaloosa from around the country, and for the very first time, you experienced something called freedom. You had freedom. So let's give a big round of applause to the leaders of this state who chose liberty over lockdowns. They did. They did a good job. Did a good job. As you know, there are few campuses in the world more beautiful than this one, and there are few memories sweeter than the ones you have formed really at this capstone and at the capstone. You'll miss the beautiful sounds of Denny chimes, the excitement of lining the Walk of Champions, the Saturday tailgates at the Quad. As you graduate, it's natural to reflect on 4 years of happy memories, and you've really had happy memories here. You've done a lot of winning. Winning is a good thing to do. But today I'm also asking you to look forward to really something very, very bright and more promising, and it's going to be an even more promising tomorrow, I promise you that. You're the first graduating class of the golden age of America. We're in the golden age. You watch. This is the golden age. This is the golden age. We've done things that nobody thought possible. 100 days yesterday, 100 days, and we've done things that nobody thought even possible. Like many generations before you, you're graduating at an exciting time for our nation, a period of both extraordinary change and incredible potential and what will be unbelievable growth. You're going to see that very soon. You're going to see it starting very, very soon. The whole world is talking about it. Our country has always been defined by its ability to reform and reinvent itself, to meet the challenges of the next era. The last 4 years were not good for our country, but don't let that scare you. It was an aberration. We're run by people who truly at that time, 4 years, we were run by people that didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue. I'm trying to be nice when I say it that way. They allowed our beautiful USA to be laughed at, scorned, and taken advantage of by everybody. We were ripped off on trade by nations all over the world, both friend and foe, and oftentimes a friend was far worse on trade than the foe. But those days are over. You're at the start of something very, very big. You're going to see that very soon. Now, exactly 250 years after the first Patriots stood and fought at Lexington and Concord, we're in the midst of another kind of revolution, a revolution of winning and a revolution of common sense. Common sense. Everywhere you look, broken systems, corrupt institutions, and tired dogmas are being swept away by the tide of history. Ancient wisdom is being rediscovered, and the best and strongest traits of America are coming back for all to see, bigger, better, and greater than ever. Coming back, and they're coming back fast. The spirit of our age is one of boldness, vigor, ambition, and adventure. And it's exciting to be you and young. Oh, I'd pay you a lot of money to have your age. You have a great future. The people have rejected the voices of a failed establishment. You saw that in the election. We've turned the page on endless wars, crippling debt, open borders, ruinous inflation, and the lack of respect for our country and for its leaders. But we're turning that all around, and we're turning it around very fast. We will very quickly make America great again. This week, we're celebrating the most successful first 100 days of any presidential administration in the history of our country, and we've been given a lot of credit for that, but 100 days does not a full term make. But we're going to do even better as we move along. In a matter of weeks, we've achieved the lowest number of illegal border crossings ever recorded. And you've seen it, hundreds of thousands of people pouring into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from gangs, and all over the world, not just in South America. You'd see hundreds of thousands of people pour across in one day. You know what we had just recently? Three. And we slashed the number of illegal aliens released into the United States by 99.999%. And you know, if that number is wrong, the fake news, which is all over the place today, is going to be correcting me before I get to the next sentence. Now, 99.999%, how about that? Nobody thought that was possible. They said you needed legislation. No, you just needed a new president. That's what you needed. But despite the tremendous success, as you've been reading, the courts are trying to stop me from doing the job that I was elected to do. We won by millions of votes. We won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won 312 electoral college votes. They said, 270 would be great. We won 312, and 2,750 counties versus 525 counties throughout the nation. That's why when you look at a map, it's all red. It's all red. Every inch of it is red, a little couple of blue dots. But they have to let us do the job that the voters want us to do. Judges are interfering, supposedly based on due process, but how can you give due process to people who came into our country illegally? They want to give them due process. I don't know. We've created 350,000 new jobs and brought core inflation down to its lowest level in many, many years. Energy is down. Look at your cost of energy, way down. Groceries are down. Even eggs are down. Remember I came in? Remember I was here a week and they started screaming at me, the fake news. Egg prices have doubled. I said, I just got here. I've been here for 4 days. I said, tell me about egg prices. They've doubled. Well, they didn't double under me. I just got there, and we did a great job. We brought down the cost of eggs. In fact, they said you won't have eggs for Easter. They wanted to we have a big Easter egg hunt at the White House. You saw it just take place. And they thought we should order thousands of plastic eggs. Plastic. I said, no, we'll do it. And we straightened out the egg situation very quickly. Our great Secretary of Agriculture did a fantastic job, and we had so many eggs we didn't know what the hell to do with them. And prices of eggs have gone down 87% since I took office. That's something, right? But the price of food has gone down, and mortgage rates are down, and gasoline prices just hit $1.88 a gallon in 3 states. Can you believe it? It was at $3.50. It was at $4. We're drilling. Oh, we're drilling. You know, drill, baby, drill, right? We drill, baby, drill. We do that. We got it down. We have it going good. And, you know, when energy drops that much, you don't have much inflation. It's hard to have inflation. It was just announced that in the first quarter, investments in the United States are up 22%, that we're leading the whole world in investment. Everybody's pouring into our country with big dollars. And it's all about November 5th, the November 5th election, and tariffs and incentives that we've given that are going to make this country so much richer. We have $36 trillion in debt. That's going to start to come off. It's going to come off rapidly, but we'll be over $8 trillion in investment, with Apple and others investing $500 billion each. We've never had a period of time in 2 months, because we're here for 3 months, a little bit more, but give me a break for the first month. You know, had to get a little acclimated. Had to see where the enemy lies, because they're already looking to impeach Trump. You know, these crazy people. Let's impeach him. For what? We don't know exactly, but we'll try it. These people are crazy. So we had to, you know, get our bearings for the first couple of weeks. So in 2 months, we had over $8 trillion, think of it, committed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it in any country at any time, and it's all because they want to avoid the tariffs. We want to get here fast. And I said, you know, a number of times, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world. And I got absolutely decimated by the fake news. They said, what about love? What about your wife? What about your parents? What about religion and God? So I said, all right, it's the 5th nicest word I've ever seen. And since I've done that, I've been in good shape. Nobody's bothered me. They've been very nice. So it's the 5th most beautiful word I've ever heard. But it's making us very rich, and you'll be seeing the results pretty soon, sooner than most people think, because that's what other countries have been doing to us, just so you understand. They were tariffing the hell out of us. We couldn't sell cars in Europe. We couldn't sell cars in China. We couldn't sell cars in Japan or anywhere else. We couldn't do anything. And all we're doing is we're doing it to them, but we're doing it much better. And the U.S. military is suddenly seeing its best recruiting numbers ever. We've never had numbers like that. We now have waiting lists because there is such incredible spirit in our country. There's a great spirit. And just think, 6 months ago, and you remember, and it was embarrassing, before the election, 6 months ago, we were hearing and reading that numbers of those joining our military were at the worst levels ever. We've never had anything like it, right? You remember that? And now they're at the best levels ever. We have waiting lists to get into the military. We couldn't fill the positions, and that included in our police forces, our fire departments. We love our fire departments also. We can never forget our fire departments. But our police forces were begging for help. And now they're brimming over with people and applicants, and they're getting great ones. It's amazing what's taken place, and that's really the spirit. Each of the graduates in this arena will soon have the chance to help lead this project of national renewal. And that's what it is. It's a national renewal. We suffered so badly for 4 years. We had one of the greatest economies. We actually had the greatest economy in the history of our country during the first term of Trump. And then we got hit hard with inflation during the Biden economy. It was horrible. We were hit so hard. The worst probably ever. They say 48 years. We'll accept that. But I would say ever. you'll embrace this moment and you'll step forward with strength and grit, faith and patriotism to put America on a new trajectory for your children. And then you'll take your place among the greatest generations in the history of our country. I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country because we're turning it around and you happen to be available. You're available. That's a good time to be available. There are some times when it's not so good to be available, but this is a great time. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task. Are you up to the task? You learned a lot about winning here at Alabama, and now we need you to help win for America. For the business majors here today, I challenge you not merely to use your talents for financial speculation, but to apply your great skills that you've learned and had to forging the steel and pouring the concrete of new American factories, plants, shipyards, and even cities which are going up all over our country. Don't just build a strong portfolio, build a very, very strong America, and you're going to do that. To the engineers, brilliant you are, technicians, scientists, and math majors, we need your Alabama spirit and competition to keep our country at the forefront of every single domain. America should have the world's tallest buildings, design the fastest airplanes, build the greatest cars, do everything the absolute best, better than any other nation in the world, and you can do it. And we will soon land American astronauts on Mars. That will happen. That will happen. In every field you have studied, there are problems to be solved and breakthroughs to be made. To the journalism majors, of which I've had a lot of problems with. So I must be honest. I'm not sure I like them. No, I do. But you're really leading a very thing because we need a great and free press. We need a brilliant press. They're like a watchkeeper. They're very important, and you can go out and take it down a new track, help save the country. So important. Your task is so important, and it's to build a media that Americans can trust. And remember, the people of this country, they know the truth when they hear it. That's why the ratings, the approval numbers of the media are so low. We need those ratings to be 100%. We have to be able to trust our media. I say you have to have that. You need strong borders, and you need really free, fair, clean elections. You need those things, but the media is a big part of it. In the world of health and medicine, there is an exciting new movement to get poisons out of our food supply, keep toxins out of our government. Clean out our environment and make America healthy again. And I think Bobby's going to do a great job, don't you? I think so. I think he's the guy we needed. And in government, it is the task of your generation to replace bureaucracy, graft, and waste with a new system that defends American freedom. These are big tasks before you, but the reward for your hard work will be the United States of America is stronger, prouder, better, and more unified than ever before. It's going to be. As you embark on this great adventure, let me share some of the biggest lessons I've learned from a lifetime spent building dreams and beating the odds. I beat a lot of odds. A lot of people said, I don't know. But it worked out okay. Where are we? Oh, gee, I'm president. How did that happen? Now, you're going to be in the same position. But some of the would you like to hear some of the ideas, or should I just skip over that part, huh? That's going to be more interesting than all the other stuff, which was slightly political, right? I'm going to give it to you, though, just as I say it and as I've learned it, the hard way and the easy way. First, if you're here today and think that you're too young to do something great, let me tell you that you are wrong. You're not too young. You can have great success at a very young age. You're all very young. In America, with drive and ambition, young people can do anything. I was 28 when I took my first big gamble to develop a hotel in Midtown Manhattan, the Grand Hyatt, and it worked out incredibly well. But I was very young at the time. I was like a very young person in sort of an old person business. Steve Jobs was 21 when he founded Apple. Walt Disney was 21 when he founded Disney. James Madison, James Monroe, Alexander Hamilton, Thomas Jefferson. They were no older than 25 when they began the journeys that etched their names into the history books for all time. So to everyone here today, don't waste your youth. Go out and fight right from the beginning, from the day you leave this incredible university. Go out and fight tough, fight fair. But go out and fight. You're going to be very successful, because now is the time to work harder than you have ever worked before. Push yourself further than you have ever pushed yourself before. Find your limits and then smash through everything. Go and smash through. You've watched that football team smash through. You're going to do the same thing. You're at the age when you have the time and vitality to do really incredible things. If you just give it your all. You'll look back, and a decade from now, you'll be astounded by what you've achieved. You'll remember this day. You'll remember when the guy named Trump was giving the commencement address, and he said I could do it, and guess what? I did. I think you're going to remember that very fondly. I hope so. Second of all, and very importantly, you have to love what you do. Okay? You have to. I rarely see somebody that's successful that doesn't love what he or she does. That's way you really like. Work isn't work. It's fun. I find it fun. I work all the time, and I find it fun. If I didn't find it fun, I wouldn't be successful, whether it was real estate or in showbiz. I had a lot of different careers, but I loved real estate so much, and I was very successful at real estate because I loved it. I learned a lot from my father because I watched him work. He worked he was a workaholic. He worked. He loved to work. He's a good man. He was a tough guy, tough as hell, actually. Now that I think back, I don't know if you could even get away with that nowadays. He was tough, but he was a good man, I'll tell you. And he worked 7 days a week. He worked Saturdays, Sundays. It didn't matter. And I learned by watching him, he loved his life. He loved what he was doing. He had a great long-term marriage, a long, many years. He beat me on that one. No, mine are very successful, but they haven't lasted quite as long. It was close to 70 years. That was a long time. I said, Pop, you beat me on that one. But you know what I learned from him? That he loved life, and all he did was work. I see people that don't work hard, and they're miserable. So go out and find. But he loved what he was doing. And you have to find something that you love, and you have to follow your own instincts. Listen to your parents. They're very wise, but you have to follow your instincts and your heart, your soul, and you want to be the very, very best you can be. Treat every day like a home game against Auburn. Fight like hell and enjoy doing it, and your coach can tell you all about that. Third thing is to think big. You know, you're going to do something, you might as well think big, because it's just as tough. You can think small. I know a lot of people, they thought small. They're very smart. I know others that weren't nearly as smart, but they had a better picture of the big picture, because it's just as hard to solve a small problem as a big problem, and it's just as much energy and everything else, except the result is going to be a smaller one. So love what you do, but think big if it's possible. Now, if it's not possible, that's okay too. You do something, you have to do something that you love. You will have all the same headaches and challenges, all the same delays and setbacks, so you might as well do something that's just amazing. America doesn't aim small, Alabama doesn't aim small, and neither do you. So think big when possible, think big. Fourth is work hard. Work hard. Never, ever stop. An example is a great athlete, actually, Gary Player, golfer, great golfer. He wasn't as big as other men. He was actually on the small side. Don't tell him that. Friend of mine, don't tell him that, because he doesn't understand that. But he worked very, very hard. He made up for it. He never stopped. He won 168 golf tournaments. Think of that, 100. I said, Gary, you're winning like every weekend. Do you ever choke or anything? I don't know what choke means. And he made a statement years ago that I read, and I thought it was sort of an incredible statement. He said, it's funny, the harder I work, the luckier I get, right? Think of that. The harder I work, the luckier I get. So you really have to work hard, and you're going to be successful because you have the talent. To get into this school is not easy. To get through it is even more difficult. You have a lot of talent. Fifth is don't lose your momentum. You just want to keep it going, and you have to know if you are losing it, you have to know when you're losing it, so maybe you stop, and maybe it's time to stop. Listen to the feedback, think through your plan very carefully, and keep moving fast. The word momentum is very important. I mean, I'll just tell you a little story about a great real estate developer named William Levitt. He built Levittown. Some of you might live in a Levittown. He was the biggest developer in the whole country in the 1940s and so. And he built these jobs. He started with one house, then 2 houses, then 20 houses, then thousands and thousands of houses. And a company, Gulf and Western, came along and they said, we're going to make you an offer to buy your company. And they offered him a lot of money, more money than he ever thought he could make. And he retired, lost his momentum. He retired, and he led a beautiful life. He had a wife, I must tell you, it was a second wife. It was a trophy wife. What can I say? I don't like telling you everything, but we're all friends, right? Can we talk? We're all friends. He had a trophy wife. And he lived a different life. He moved to the south of France, but he it was a life of tremendous luxury. He had so many millions of dollars. He was given a fortune for the company. And 10 years went by, and then 15 years went by, and he got a call from this big conglomerate, Gulf and Western, and they said, we're not doing well with the purchase, because he used to pick up every nail, every piece of sawdust, every piece of wood, every chip, everything, and he'd sell it. He'd make a couple of bucks. Everything was perfect. They can't do that. You know, these big companies, they don't do that. You see it a lot when an entrepreneur sells to a big company and then he ends up buying the company back for peanuts later on. Happens a lot. But he was the best at what he did. But 15 years went by and he was so excited, and they sold him back his company. And he started, and he was going to tear apart the world because he got bored with a life of luxury. And he started building and building and building, and the markets turned on him, and he went bad. He lost everything, and he went bankrupt, absolutely bankrupt. And it was a sad story to read. It was such an amazing story because he was so rich, but he paid them, and he bought it for the right price, bought it low, but he went wild. But he lost his momentum. He wasn't good at it anymore. And he was at a party on Fifth Avenue, I'll never forget. And it was a party of a very, very powerful man who was having the party in a magnificent apartment overlooking the park. And I walked in, and there were 50 or so people. I recognized most of them, all the biggest business people in the world, actually. Very glamorous. I was doing well. I was young, and I was doing well. And I was invited to parties like that. And I looked in the corner, and there was Mr. William Levitt sitting all by himself on a chair, looking very glum. Nobody was talking to him, because you'll find that when you're not successful, you lose a lot of friends. It's not a good situation. But there was nobody talking to him, but I wanted to talk to him because I was in the real estate business, and he was, and most of these people were in different businesses. And I went over and talked to him, and I said, how are you, Mr. Levitt? He goes, Donald? He knew who I was. Not well. I'm not well. I said, so can you come back? He said, no, son, I lost my momentum. I shouldn't have done it. I lost my momentum. And I never forgot that expression. He lost his momentum. If he would have kept going, instead of selling and relaxing and going into a different life, he probably would have been 3 times bigger than he was, but he lost his momentum. And you have to know when it's your time. I mean, there'll be a time when you do lose. You see it with fighters. You see it with a lot of people. They have a great record and they retire. And then 4 years later, they say, I'm going back. I can beat that guy. And they get knocked to hell. And it's not good. It's not good. So he lost his momentum. You have to know when your momentum time is up. I call it momentum time, but follow your momentum. It's a very important word. You don't hear it from too many, but I've seen it. I've seen it a lot. Number 6, if you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. In other words, you have to take certain risks and do things a little bit differently. Otherwise, if that weren't the case, everybody would be successful. Doesn't work that way. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system. And you'll make the bigger money, you'll make the more success by acting that way. The other way may be more secure, but if you want to go to the top, you're just never going to do it unless you break the system. Change is never easy, and the closer you get to success, the more ferociously those with a vested interest in the past will resist you. They want to resist. So I just say, trust me on that, because I know you really do. You have to break the system a little bit and follow your own instincts. But if your vision is right, nothing will hold you down. Nothing. You have to have the right vision. If you look at some of these internet people, I know so many of them. Elon is so terrific, but I know now all of them, they all hated me in my first term, and now they're kissing my ass, Do you know? It's true. All of them. It's true. It's amazing. It's nicer this way. Now, in the first, they didn't know what happened because I won an election that, there was never a businessman that won a presidential election. Out of 100%, 8% were generals and 92% were politicians. Not even admirals, not even just generals. There were 8 generals: General Washington, General Grant, General Eisenhower. But 8% were generals and 92% were politicians. And when I ran, everyone said, well, he can't win. He's a businessman. That's not going to work. And, but you have a natural instinct for things. I guess I had a natural instinct. I said to somebody, was I a better businessman or politician? And they said, well, there are a lot of guys that made a lot of money, but there's only one guy that became president that was a businessman, so I guess you're a better politician. But I don't think of myself as a politician. I think of myself as a businessman, and I'm proud of that. And I've applied business instinct, and that's why I think you're seeing us doing so well. So number 7 is to trust your instincts, common sense. You can go very far in life with common sense, and I applied that to politics because some of these things, like they had open borders. Let everybody in the whole world flow into our country. That's not common sense. They had transgender for everybody. We ended that, if you noticed, okay? But they had transgender for everybody. They said, I said, this is not working. This is not going to work. As I said before, so simple. Men playing in women's sports. Did you ever see some of the records? Did you ever see some of these boxing matches? We have to protect. These women are great athletes, but we have to protect. If you looked at the Olympics where they had transitioned people going into the boxing, where the women had boxing, and they had a great champion, a female boxer. I mean, after one punch, she walked back to the corner and said, I can't get hit like that. I've never been hit like that before. You look at all the volleyball players that have been hurt so badly with balls that are hit at levels that they've never seen before. But the greatest is like weightlifting. You ever see the weightlifting? Where they have a record that wasn't broken in 18 years? And they have, should I imitate it? My wife gets very upset when I do this. She said, darling, it's not presidential. I said, yeah, but people like it. Should I do it or not? All right, I'm in trouble when I get home, but that's okay. What the hell? I've been in lots of trouble before. But no, you look at the weightlifting where 18 years it stands, and they have this young woman, and her parents are right where you are in the front row, and they're so proud of her, and it's like 209 pounds, and she's going to lift that. The record stood for 18, think of it, 18 years, and they put an eighth of an ounce here, and an eighth of an ounce here, little bit, and she's going to do it. Mom, I love you. I'm going to do it for you, Mom. And she goes, And she lifts, and she gets it. And, Mom, I'm going to do it, Mom. Can't do it. And then a guy comes along, or a gal, or whatever. A transitioned person comes along. And he was a failed weightlifter as a man, but he comes along, 206 pounds. They put the little thing on, and he goes, boom, boom. And breaks the record like by 119 pounds. That's not right. The other one is the swimming. You've heard me talk about it. Great swimmers, and you know, they rose to the top. Women swimmers, and they grew up together. And they're Olympic-class swimmers, and they're qualifying for some big tournament. And now the race is getting ready to start, the big race, and one young lady, she was going to set the record. She fought all her life to set the record. She has to win it by 1/9 of a second. Think of that, 1/9. I don't like those odds, 1/9 of a second, right? But she looks to the left and she sees all the friends that she grew up with down in California, from all over the country. They're all the best swimmers. Then she looks to the right and she sees the same thing, but there's a person next to her who's a giant. And she looks and she, oh my God, who is that? I don't recognize that person. That was a person that transitioned, and he had the wingspan of Wilt the Stilt Chamberlain, if anybody knows what. And as you know what happened, she was very, very badly injured in that meet because he went by her so fast that she was wind-burned. They had to take her out. She got serious wind-burn. He flew back and forth, and she didn't know what, but she got the hell knocked out of her, knowing that I'm only kidding. She wasn't wind-burned. She was just beaten by a lot. Or the race, did you see the race where they had the best female runners, and they had a guy who was a decent runner, a long-distance race? And he won by 5 hours and 19 seconds. You know, normally you win by like 12 seconds, 2 seconds, a quarter of a second. He won by 5 hours and 19 seconds. It's crazy. And, you know, honestly, it's demeaning for women, very demeaning. These are great athletes. It's very demeaning, and we're going to protect women. We're going to protect women. We're going to protect everybody. So now that I'm in trouble with my wife, I'm going to blame the University of Alabama for asking me to go through with that stuff. But it's pretty descriptive, isn't it, really? It helps when you know that borders are not racist, speech is not violence, America is good, terrorists are bad, men can never become women, police are not criminals, and criminals are not victims. Eighth, everybody should believe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Everybody should believe in the American dream. It's real, it's there, and it's right before you. We're coming back to the American dream. Ninth, think of yourself as a winner. The power of positive thinking. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, from many years ago, wrote a book, The Power of Positive Thinking, and there is a lot to it, the power of positive thinking. Don't consider yourself a victim. Consider yourself a winner. In recent years, too many of our young people have really been taught to think of themselves as victims and blame people and be angry. Don't be angry. But in America, we reject that idea that anyone is born a victim. Our heroes are the ones who take charge of their own destiny, make their own luck, and determine their own fate despite the odds, despite all odds. That's what happens. They're given a little chance in many cases, very little chance of success, and they become the most successful people in the world. Whether you were born rich or poor, black or white, male or female in America, anyone can be a winner. And our whole country will be cheering you on, and I'll be at the front of the line cheering you on, especially because you come from this incredible university. And next is to be an original. The old-time greats were people who had the confidence to be a little different. Teddy Roosevelt, Douglas MacArthur, George Patton, Amelia Earhart, Annie Oakley, Muhammad Ali, and so many others, far too many to name, lived their lives with pride, personality, and flair. God only created one of you. Remember that. God created one of you. You're all different. Some are close, but nobody is the same. You're one of a kind. So don't try to be someone else. Just be yourself. And finally, and most importantly, never, ever give up. Never give up. Never give up. And I've learned anything in life, and it's so true. One of the most important things you can learn, if you just went a little bit longer, if you just held out a little bit longer, you would have been successful. Well, the stories of that are legend. But I've learned that perseverance is everything. So whatever happens, no matter where you are in life, stay optimistic and just keep pushing forward. Just don't stop. Never, ever give up. Victory is right around the corner. I've watched Coach Saban win games that really were virtually over. You've seen it. You've been in the stands. He won a couple of games. I said, Coach, you got lucky as hell. He said, I didn't get lucky. I'm a talented guy. You know, those little touchdowns that come out of nothing, he's amazing. But he's a guy that doesn't quit and doesn't know what the word quit even means. He couldn't define it. He took victory out of the jaws of defeat, and you can do that too at every stage in my career. My enemies, of which there were many and probably are right now, I can think of a couple of people that don't like me too much right now. But they said that they have to do everything they can to keep me from winning, to keep me from making it. And I'm representing you, so I have to make it. I have big shoulders, but these are big shoulders. I have to win for you. I'm not winning for myself. I'm winning for you. Do you remember when they said that Donald Trump will never become president of the United States? Remember Barack Hussein Obama said that? Barack Hussein Obama. Donald Trump will never be president. Like 50 other politicians said that. Where are they now? Oh, let me see. Oh, there they are. Where are they now? But here I am standing before you as the 45th and 47th president. You heard that a lot. But against all odds, I did great in 2016. 2016, how great was that? And then I did much better in 2020. Sorry, the election was rigged. But it was a rigged election. And then in 2024, I made it too big to rig. I said, we got to do this again. We got to do this again. And we made it too big to rig. We made it. That was a great expression. I said, you got to go and vote. Even though I was leading big in the polls, I said, it doesn't matter. You got to make it too big to rig. And they did. They went out and they voted and voted and voted. And we won the whole thing. And it was so good. And it's such a great mandate for our country. That's the important thing. So never let anyone tell you that something is impossible. Ever, ever, ever. In America, the impossible is what we all do best. There is nothing you cannot do if you are willing to fight for it. You got to fight, fight, fight. Oh, I've heard that expression. Funny. That's not here. That's not here on the actually, most of what I've said tonight is not on the teleprompter. That's all right. Isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't need a teleprompter and can sort of have a little fun, because I feel that this is home. You know, it's been such a great state for me. I feel it's home. When they said Alabama, I said, that has a good ring to me. But it's something nice about somebody that doesn't need a teleprompter, isn't it? Huh? But for the past 4 years, you've lived in a state known for its fighters, its champions, and its warriors, and you've lived in the great state of Alabama, one of the greatest of them all, from Huntsville to Birmingham, from Montgomery to Mobile, and from right here in Tuscaloosa. To the gleaming shores of the Gulf of America. That's a nice one. Everybody loves it. I wouldn't say Mexico's thrilled, but you can't have them all. They're not thrilled. You continue the legacy of Alabama legends who blazed the trails, won the games, tilled the fields, forged the steels, built the ships, and gave us the victories that built America and changed the world. The entire world was changed by our victories. This is the state that gave us the might of the Iron City, the power of the Saturn V rocket, and the roaring engines of Talladega. Talladega. We love Talladega. We love Talladega. This is the state that gave us nothing but victory, the state of some of the greatest heroes in history, like Willie Mays, Jesse Owens, Joe Louis, your coach, Nick Saban, Hank Williams, and many others. Some of you will leave here today and travel the world, but you will always know that this state this is really sweet home Alabama, right? It's always going to be your place. I sort of feel that way myself, because from a political standpoint, it's just been, we connected from day one. From the first day I set my foot on this beautiful soil, I connected with Alabama. And here in Alabama, we believe that the men and women who built this country are heroes, and that America's destiny is to be the single greatest nation on the face of the earth. And we're bringing it back at a speed that nobody thought was possible. We believe in freedom and family, God and country. We cherish our Constitution. We revere our Bible. And we salute our great American flag. We honor our police, we respect our veterans, and we always stand for our one and only national anthem. We love our national anthem. We believe in strong parents, strong values, strong communities, and very strong borders. And we believe that the United States military is the greatest force for peace and justice the world has ever known. We have a great military. We just had people that didn't know how to lead it. We believe the South is beautiful, Alabama is great, and America is our home. We believe in the SEC and the USA. Graduates of the Alabama class of 2025 standing here before you in this magnificent arena, it is clear to see the next chapter of the American story will not be written by the Harvard Crimson. It will be written by you, the Crimson Tide. True. That's true. That's true. That's true. I thought that was rather clever. If you look at what's going on, they get their $5 billion a year. That is not going to be so forthcoming. Now, wasn't that a clever one, though? Huh? Who would think of that? Because this is Alabama, and at Alabama, you fight, and you win. That's what you know how to do. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations to this great class of champions. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
2025 commencement for the University of Alabama. Roll Tide, Crimson Tide. I love that line when he said it won't be the Harvard Crimson, but it'll be the Crimson Tide who will help lead this country. And you can see it with the enthusiasm of these students. Truly a monumental thing to do on this May 1st, 2025, to celebrate a incredible day right here at the University of Alabama with their outstanding president, with Governor Kay Ivey, with Senator Tommy Tuberville, who is running for governor. He has announced for that. This is truly an amazing state that's brought the likes of people like Jesse Owens, great athletes, great thought leaders. They have put rockets in space, among so many other things. This class itself graduating more than they have in the past. And right now, the Honor Guard taking away the American flag and the flag of Alabama. A beautiful, serene moment to enjoy as they honor the colors. And this is something that you saw throughout the entire ceremony, the students standing the entire time to celebrate America. It is a beautiful day here in Alabama, and at this university, President Trump encouraging these students to think big, to not be afraid, to start young and keep that momentum. Momentum being a key word, not only in business, but also in every aspect of what you do in life. He reminded the crowd today, do what you love, do what you're good at, and he's never found a successful person that did not love to do what they do. And I cannot necessarily remember myself the amount of respect, decorum that I am enjoying tonight here in this beautiful Coliseum, this arena where they play football, basketball, gymnastics. Actually, the football is right down at Bryant-Denny Stadium on Nick Saban Field, not far from here. But looking back at the colors right now being removed by the Honor Guard, the only person you can really hear right now is me. That's the amazing respect that you find right here at the University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa. And to start it all off this evening, Nick Saban, just with that incredible encouragement. It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. And these fans, these students, now alumni of this great university, honed in on that message as well, where legends are made. Two legends addressing and celebrating with them with enthusiasm. Coach Nick Saban and President Donald Trump sending a message to never, ever, ever give up. And now the celebrations break out as the American flag and the beautiful flag of Alabama have been exited appropriately from the Coleman Coliseum. It's been a joy to be with you today. This entire week of coverage has been extraordinary. 100 days plus now in office for President Trump, being reunited with national and local media colleagues, covering all of the best moments from this week, whether it was in Warren, Michigan, the return to Macomb County Community College, a place, their Sports and Expo Stadium, visited by every president since Ronald Reagan, whether on the campaign or in office, and President Trump joining those ranks to fight for the Reagan Democrat, to fight for the automobile industry in the United States. And then to Matthew Alvarez's great coverage from his trip last week to the White House with senior White House officials. That's special for you last night to highlight what's happened in 100 plus days, to President Trump's press gaggles, whether it's in the cabinet meetings, in the Oval Office, or right there in the press room with the legend known as Caroline Leavitt, batting 1,000% when it comes to dealing with the fake news in the far left. She was here just to my left on the right-hand side of the stadium there, with Susie Wiles as well, the chief of staff, the first female chief of staff to serve a president. And of course, the coverage tonight from the University of Alabama, the 2025 commencement. Congratulations to all the students across this great land of ours who have really sacrificed their blood, sweat, and tears to get to the point where they're at now. a group of people who entered college during a pandemic, during great uncertainty. And President Trump said tonight that the University of Alabama, the staff, the provost, the dean, the president, all choosing liberty over lockdowns. An important moment, a line that got cheers throughout the entire arena. And the excitement here the entire time, literally almost no one sat down during the entire speech paying respects to their favorite commander-in-chief. So when you think that education might go awry in this nation, look to places and institutions like the University of Alabama that will challenge your thought process, that will help you to grow, where people can clearly make life friends. It's been an impressive day here at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live to showcase just the greatness of this state and the greatness of the United States of America. If you like what you see here at Right Side Broadcasting Network and being America First, we love your feedback. If you wish to opine, that's feedback at rsbn.tv. Also, if you're able to donate, we'd be honored to have that right here at the network as citizen journalists bringing you unbridled access inside and outside of the Beltway. You could do that by going to rsbnetwork.com/donate or texting RSBN to 801-801. That's RSBN to 801-801. We'd also like to thank our friend, Mr. Mike Lindell. Got to catch up with him earlier this week in Warren, Michigan. And that is mypillow.com/RSBN. As President Trump said the other day, the best marketer in just about everything that there is. Now he has the Gen 7 energy drinks. If you don't like coffee or the crash of regular energy drinks, this is your go-to so you can stay strong throughout your entire workday. Also, the Percale Sheets, a spring sale going on right now that you have to take advantage of with over 2,000 different items on mypillow.com/RSBN with discounts like 20% off, 30% off, sometimes 50% off or more. That's the place to go. Thank you to Mike Lindell for being a purveyor of the Constitution, fighter for election integrity, and also for freedom of speech. mypillow.com/RSBN. Such great lessons tonight to learn from this beautiful commencement ceremony. Really a Friday that's starting out a weekend of celebrations as the students will be getting their diplomas over the course of the next couple of days in their respective colleges, shaking the hand of the leadership that you did see there today on stage. Thank you to the hospitality of the University of Alabama, the Crimson Tide, for hosting us today. We want to apologize once again to Jimmy Kimmel. Sorry we ran out of time, and there was a much better commencement speaker, and his name is Donald John Trump, introduced by the one, the only Alabama legend, Nick Saban. Remember, it is nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Keep that momentum, as President Trump said. Think big. Don't quit. Go, go, go. And then put the elevator back down for the next person and help them out as well. Two great messages from two American icons, Nick Saban and Donald Trump. For all my colleagues at Right Side Broadcasting Network Live, thank you for joining us for University of Alabama's 2025 commencement. A rally day in America like no other, a rally day in our home state of Alabama. And I'd like to echo the words of Senator Tommy Tuberville, War Eagle, as Auburn is home for us. And it's always fun to break bread with your rivals in these great competitive sports that we have here down in the SEC. It just matters more, and we're all here for it with you on the right side of history on Right Side Broadcasting Network. For all of my colleagues and for everyone of you who tunes in on a daily basis to watch us here to showcase unbridled access to your government, I'm Robert McNeely. It's always a joy to be with you. Good night. God bless.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to announce the next generation of energy drinks, Rev 7. It has no sugar and no caffeine. Instead, Rev 7 uses Go BHB. Go BHB is one of the body's primary ketones, and it provides the most efficient and clean fuel that your body needs. It also helps you stay energized all day with no crashes. Not only that, it produces 3 times more brain energy than sugar, which helps boost your memory, focus, and mental sharpness. It also helps reduce stress and helps balance your mood. Rev 7 does all that while being the best tasting energy drink ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% today. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7. For a limited time, you get our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. I drink Rev 7 every day, and I absolutely love it, and so will you.